We have been treated to some outstanding weather in the first 2 days of this competition. Hopefully day 3 will produce much more of the same. Former West Indies fast bowler Shakira Salman is alongside me. Sally, this is a brand new initiative. What have you enjoyed about this competition?
Yeah, I enjoyed the way that the senior players have stepped up, but it's also good to discover new players in this tournament. I look forward to more.
And we will keep that discovery going as we go into day 3. Right, let's head out to the middle. A bit earlier, Samuel Badri was with the captains for the toss.
A couple days off in the Breakout League for everyone to reset and rejuvenate. We're ready for the action. Once again, the captains are here. Ramal Lewis, captain of the Jamaica Titans. Kimal Savory, captain of the Guyana Rainforest Rangers. Match referee Rian King is here to oversee proceedings. Ramal, you've got the coin?
Heads.
Heads is the call.
We're going to bat first.
Confirmation that Jamaica has won the toss and you have elected to bat first. The considerations for that decision, Ramal?
Yeah, I think it's a good wicket. And from the last game, as I said, the structure of our team, I think we're better off defending.
A little bit of an issue in game number 1 with the strike rate, rotation of strike. What have the discussions been like as you guys seek to address that today?
We definitely have to run harder between the wickets, and in the middle overs, batters got to be braver and try to pick up some boundary in there.
And in terms of your days off, what did you guys get up to?
We have a little team bonding, and we have a net session, and I think everyone is in good spirit and we're ready to go for this one.
Yeah, just a 1 game played so far for you guys. What would your changes be for this one?
We have no changes this game. I think we're going to give everyone back a shot again and see how it goes.
Thank you very much. All the very best.
Thanks.
Kimal, what would you have done had you won the toss?
Yeah, we would have a bat as well. It seems to be a good wicket, but nevertheless we can't control the toss. So.
Yeah, you guys seem to do really well at the start of the innings with the ball, 3 wickets in the power play, with the bat getting off to a good start, but thereafter things haven't gone your way. What have you guys talked about to remedy that?
Yeah, we all know where we went wrong in the 2 games. So we had 2 days off, we went to practice, we work on the areas where we need to improve. So looking forward to this game today.
No wins from 2 games, it's getting to that point where you need to win every match. How confident are you guys?
Yeah, the confidence level is still high in the camp, I'm believing in the guys, that today we will come out on top.
Any changes to your playing 11?
Yeah, 1 change is Ronaldo out and Ramsamy is in.
No Ronaldo Ali Mohammed today. Thank you very much and all the very best.
Thank you.
Well, there you have it, folks. The news from out in the middle. The Titans, they've won the toss and they've decided to bat first.
Yeah, it is the 3rd time that the Guyana Rainforest Rangers will chase in this tournament. Shakira Salman, take us through that Guyana team who've made 1 change.
Yeah, the 1 change is Ransami coming in for Ronaldo Ali Mohammed, who's failed to impress in this tournament so far. They'll hope that he can impress with firepower at the end, but also in that middle order, they'll hope that Kevin Anderson can bat further down the innings along with Rivaldo Clark.
In the Titans, they'll need more from their batters. Lug, Mackenzie, Johnson, and a bit of power from Rambaran and Royal. That will be key. And if we continue the conversation, Sally, on their batting, the Jamaica side were 46 for 1 in that game. They only got 123. What did you take away from that batting approach?
Yeah, the obvious issue was the strike rate. 1 person straight at 100, and that was Kurt Mackenzie. That's not going to be enough in any form of this game. You need more from Lug, who looked good at the start, but he needed to push on. They'll also need more from the top order. I think Ramal Lewis batting at 4 means someone in that top 3 has to bat to the very end.
Well said. Let's talk about the other team, their opposition in Guyana. They've chased twice unsuccessfully. Now they chase again. What must they do differently with bat in hand?
Yeah, and importantly, they said they wanted to bat first today, so maybe they wanted to change things. They obviously need Kevin Anderson, who seems to be in good nick to bat through the innings. On 2 occasions, he's been involved in very good partnerships. A partnership of 107 and then a partnership of 42. But from the time he got dismissed, they really fell apart. And I think the big part is that they haven't gotten the firepower that they expected at the very end. Nothing from Quentin Sampson, nothing from Ali Mohammed. Ali Mohammed obviously being replaced today. They'll expect more from the lower order, but I think Kevin Anderson has to stay there at least until the 15th.
Right, well, one of Guyana's mavericks this season has been a 24-year-old from Berbice. He won them the 4-day competition. He has his sights set on the Breakout T20.
Hey guys, Kevin Anderson here from the Guyana Rainforest Rangers. It's an off day today and I'll be chilling by the pool today. I like playing video games either on television or on mobiles. Call of Duty, NBA, FIFA, yeah, and then the pool to relax a little bit after. being a part of the league and it's the first time too. I think it's an awesome feeling for me, you know, bringing out new talents in the Caribbean. It's a good feeling, you know, representing my country. It's always a pleasure, you know, go out and knowing that you have a lot of support back home, you know, it's a proud feeling for them just as much as me, you know, so I just want to go out and do well.
It will be 50 for Kevlon Anderson as well. The value of form.
For me, it's been good so far, you know, just to apply yourself. You know, once you apply yourself, then runs will come. I just look to, you know, be positive, you know, look for come off strike as fast as possible, like, you know. So I just look to keep the board ticking.
What a stunning year in 2025 he is having.
2 games would have been won, but I think I got out too early. We are learning. As we fail, we learn, and as we play, we learn more, you know. Those teams didn't really beat us. We beat ourselves because we're in good position most of the times to win the games, and just that we slip up at the end. But I think in the next coming games, we'll take a game at a time, and, you know, and we execute our skills, and it will be better, man. It's a learning process. We could only get better, and comparing to the other times that I've played T20 before, I think I've been way better now than back then. I'm just trying to make the best use of it, you know. Try to get as much scores as possible, at least probably 350s, even if 100 if possible. We're playing and we're getting more T20 games and we get more cricket to play as youngsters coming up. So as we reach that stage or the international stage, and we'll be even more ready.
2025 has been Kevlon Anderson's year. Shakira Salman, given what he did in the red ball setup coming into this tournament, the importance of form?
Yeah, 573 runs before coming to a tournament as such, a tournament where he is a leader in this team. And it was a really good innings where he took the attack to the spinners in particular. He took some time, he was given 2 opportunities, but then he really took charge. And you saw him leading in conversations when he was talking to the younger batters, the less experienced batters. And I think form has given him confidence, and I expect to see more from him.
Right, there's one man on our panel, he loves the heat. A bit earlier, Carlos Brathwaite was out in the middle to survey the surface.
We're in the middle of pitch number 6. Also the pitch used on the last game day. If we take a look down at the surface itself, last game day it was barren. There's still barren spots on a good length. However, there's been a nice addition of fairly newish grass being rolled in. It's also had 2 days to recover. There's been a lot of heat on those 2 days, so I expect that the new bit of grass would aid the seamers to begin with. The first power play should be good and in the bowler's favor. However, as the game goes on, I expect it to be as consistent as it was last game day. It's imperative that the team batting first has someone in the top order that not only gets in, but goes big. Josh De Silva proved that that was the turning point in his game. Who will put their hand up today?
Who will put their hand up, says Carlos Brathwaite. I'm going to ask Shakira Salman. Sally, looking at the 2 teams, most important player from each side?
Yeah, I have to say Kevlon Anderson because of the form he's been in and because of the runs he scored. Like I said, he has to go further down in the innings though. And for Jamaica, I think Ramal Lewis as captain, batting at 4, and his overs are very important. 4 overs, 2 for 15. He needs to repeat that today and be backed up by the others.
We hope that you stay with us throughout the day. We are here now at 2 o'clock. Tonight at 7, we've got another game for you. Excitement builds, the tensions rise. 2 teams who are desperate for a win. Will we see the dancing Javor Royale, or will it be maybe the fiery Jedia Blades or Kevlon Anderson? It's power and pedigree up against variety and deception. This is the future of West Indies cricket, ladies and gentlemen. And after the break, we'll feature the multitude of talent. It's Jamaica, Guyana, next, and it's live.
It's day 3 of the West Indies T20 Breakout League. Match number 5 right here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. It is Jamaica Titans taking on Guyana Rainforest Rangers. Well, in terms of the two teams, oh, look at those flags fluttering in the wind right here. Jamaica Titans. Coin fell in the favor of Ramal Lewis, and he said they're going to have a bat first. He says that they're better at chasing. They're looking to do a lot better than they did with bat in hand when they played that first game. Guyana, Carlos Brathwaite alongside of me. Carlos, take us through this one.
Kevlon Anderson, the obvious standout. They'll be wanting more from him. The top 3, Rivaldo Clark, Sukwa and Kevlon Anderson. It's imperative that they continue the starts that they've given them and go even further. Nell Smith has been good. Jadair Blade, same thing. Latif, young leg spinner, along with Kevin Sinclair, have to come to the party with ball in hand for them.
Yeah, who comes to the party? You just wonder. You know that in terms of points, Guyana, they need to get some points on the board. This young man, Jadair Blades, he has come to the party. He's picked up early wickets in all of the games that they have played. In fact, picked up the first wicket of this T20 Breakout League. He'll be hoping that he can continue to show his form here up top. He's gotten good movement, good shape, gotten good assistance as well from the surface. Leroy Lugg, he's hoping to give it a tug. Yeah, he's at the top of the order once again for Jamaica Titans. A big lad looking to get some runs at the top of the order for them. Didn't fire in game number 1, came off with a shot or two, and he's alongside Kirk McKenzie, who too will be looking to get some runs. Got a run of ball 34 in game number 1. He'll be looking to be explosive here at the top. Take advantage of these power play overs. So things all set here. Conditions are perfect. And you just wonder, what will today produce? Titans taking on Rainforest Rangers. It's time to play. There's that bounce that we've seen from this pitch, number 6. That's bounce that has excited Carlos Brathwaite throughout this competition. Carlos, how do you expect things to play out here? Obviously a couple days of rest and relaxation, so to speak. Your thoughts on this contest?
It's important this guy on screen not only gets that bounce extracted, but then is able to swing the ball on a fuller length as well. He needs to be able to mix it, especially at the right-hander, bring the ball back to Lugg. Lugg would be the guy in the Jamaica team that they would expect for a fast start. Jadair Blades needs to get him out.
Opens the account of the Titans, not in convincing fashion, but he will enjoy getting off the mark there.
Yeah, another guy under focus for me. As we see, Les Derifa, umpire is always in focus. Young budding umpire doing very well, done some international games. Dayton Butler, ex-West Indies player.
That's a touch to you. Right center.
And Mr. Taylor, third umpire. But this is the man that I want to see big things from. We saw Alec Athanase and Joshua De Silva show the class. He's a test player, and I want him to show that he's a level above. I think it's a great opportunity for the Breakout League, not only for young players to announce themselves, but for more experienced players like your Joshua De Silvas, your Alec Athenaeus, your Kurt McKenzies, to stamp their authority on a tournament a level below. When they go to CPL, you feel as though they're young and inexperienced. When they come to the Breakout League, they are the most experienced. They now have to shoulder that burden of responsibility, take it deep, get big scores, and win games for the team.
Oh, how close is this? As close as it gets. Jedediah Blaze does what he has done all tournament long. He gets the early breakthrough.
This is sensational fast bowling. 2 length deliveries, back of a length, with his weight back, pitching it right up, swinging it back. And they would have probably hit all 3. Jedediah Blaze continues his good start with the new ball. The Titans lose the first. They're 2 for 1.
The young Jordan Johnson out there in the middle got himself some runs in that first game, but he'll be concerned with regards to the strike rate in that game. Yeah, something to be cut off there. Dyson Butler in the action once again. And he was in the action here early because of this. It was full, it was shaping, yeah, right onto that back leg. Oh, no true consideration. It was as gone as it gets.
Dyson Butler probably enjoyed that left arm seamer himself.
Slip in place now for the left-handed Johnson. Yeah, that area behind squares, you look at slip, you look at third man. Those have been productive areas for Jedediah Blaze, especially to the left-handed batters. He's gotten them to flick, he's gotten them drive at balls outside that off stump, and he's picked up wickets in that slip cordon and that short third. Uses the feet, but no connection. Successful over, 2 for 1. Won the toss, opted to bat, and not the start that Captain Ramal Lewis would have been looking for. Yeah, he's saying that we defend better, but they still need to put a total on the board that they can defend. And who's that person that will stand up for them? This is somebody that the Rainforest Rangers will be hoping that stands up for them. Kevin Sinclair yet to pick up a wicket, but he's done a decent job so far with ball in hand for them across the overs that he's been utilized.
Let me walk now. Let me walk, boys. Let me walk, Sinky.
A quick one could be close. Oh, nah.
Oh, yeah, good one. Good
Gets
one.
there quite easy in the end. You certainly favor him in this matchup, bowling to the 2 left-handed batters, Carlos Brathwaite. Just wonder, how do they go about navigating this, especially given that they'll be looking to still capitalize on the power play overs, changing field in that leg side at the moment. Mid-wicket comes in, square leg comes in now, mid-wicket goes back out. Oh, they need to figure out what they want to do here.
Keep going, keep
Okay,
going.
so settled. Long off, out, mid-wicket out.
Oh, yeah, stop it. Let him, let him! Let him! Hey, boy, yeah.
With 45 in the circle and square leg, the fielder on the leg side boundary being at mid-wicket, I think that walking across is an option, trying to get the ball behind square, especially at that pace. As you can see, with that pace, just rocking on the back foot and getting it to point, there's the pace to go over. There is the pace to go over the leg side. Interesting to see what line Kevin Sinclair bowls, because we don't suspect he'll bowl a straightish line with a long off back or to the wind. So it's kind of a game of cat and mouse with which line he'd bowl and what options they would have.
You questioned the line that he would bowl, and it was almost a question of, was he a bit too straight there? Did he get away with that one, especially with that amount of pace on it? Targets that leg side. Work to be done by mid-wicket. Doesn't get the best of connections, and a bit of frustration being shown by Mackenzie after that one.
Let it try something here, boys.
Yeah, and it's that type of running that we're talking about. You got it over the infield, still get your single. If it's 2, turn it into 2. You just turn the 2 into 1.
There's some distance down. Another tight over to close things. 2 gone, 5 for 1. Looking for some sunshine in the rainforest, these Rangers. They've not gotten themselves off to a good start in this tournament. 2 for 2 in terms of losses. And the thing about it is that they've played a good first half of the game, Carlos. When I look at the first 10 in terms of bowling and the first 10 in terms of batting, they've ticked that box. Uppish. There's something I know you wanted to talk about, Carlos, and maybe this is a good little example of what you might want to see, but the running from Jamaica.
Yeah, it needs to be a lot better. You've played a good shot. Now run. You wait until you see that it's not a boundary to then start to run. That's potentially 2. And you're struggling for runs. A 7 for 1 in 2.1 overs. Every run counts. And that's something that is in our culture that I want to see change. Run the first run hard every time.
Oh, a bit of a misfeel. Releases the shackles, so to speak. First boundary of the afternoon.
Yeah, good cricket shot. Should have been a dot, but fortune favors the brave. You play good shots, and if you get reward, you take it.
Uppish, and will be safe as well. 4 and 6. 10 in 2 for Mackenzie.
Stroke making of the highest order. Had to wait on it, then just helped it over the boundary for 6 with the win. Good awareness and good execution. There's a lot to enjoy about that technically. Didn't take it to the leg side through the wind from outside of off stump. He just helped it on its way. And so often we see that from other batters all around the world, and once you don't limit yourself to playing to one side of the field and you keep all options open, strokes like those are possible. It's really good to see young players playing those sort of strokes, and not necessarily trying to pull and haul everything to the leg side.
A bit more intensity, and that is what Carlos Brathwaite is asking for. Maybe Kirk McKenzie has gotten his morning coffee now, but a lot better there in terms of intensity.
Absolutely love it. You've turned 1 into 2. It was a slap to the sweeper. Should have been an easy single. And in our culture, that's what we do. We take an easy single, Saiga boy, nice and easy. But Kirk McKenzie sprinting, absolutely hustling for this first run. Tapped, looked, yep, chance for 2. And you have an extra run, and you're back on strike.
You're in his ear, Carlos Brathwaite. It was something that we wanted to talk about when they played versus Leeward Islands. They get a chance to discuss it, and it was something that hurt them in that game. I'll look at that surface for today. Carlos Brathwaite was out there in the middle. He talked about presence of a bit more grass that might have been rolled in. That should help the bowlers. We do expect bunks to be similar on this surface as well in comparison to what we got when we played on day 2 here. Bowlers got some reward. Batters enjoyed being able to hit through the line of the ball as well. All in all, a great cricket surface. That running again, hustling. That is what Carlos Brathwaite wants to see. He's listening, Carlos. 3 gone, 20 for 1. Here's how the table is shaped up after 2 days of competition. Trinidad and Tobago Legions stand large and in charge above the rest in both wins and also that bonus points column, that BNS. That's the bonus points. So both teams here not only in search of a win, but also in search of bonus points as well. They're points on offer in the power play phase. That's a phase that Guyana has capitalized on, and that's a phase that they've picked up points in, both with ball and with bat. Gets it this time, Kirk McKenzie, getting the wheels moving. A shot of confidence for him.
Work.
Nice shuffle just outside of off stump, using the pace. 2 fielders up on the leg side and trying for maximum just short. Very good option from Kirk McKenzie. The next step now is if you do walk across and it isn't there, can you adjust?
Come on, boys. Come on. Stay in it here, boys. Stay in it here, boys.
Actually had to make an adjustment there, but more so because of the length on that occasion. So he looks a different player out in the middle in comparison to game number 1 so far, McKenzie. Excellent from Jordan Johnson. This time he decides to become a member of the party. An excellent start here by the Titans.
Feel like the shackles are off. Last couple overs, flowing cover drive. Aerial, but never within a chance of being caught. It's good cricket from these two. And dare I say, this momentum started from pushing between the wickets.
It's just those little things that get particular batters back onto strike. This time, it's off the back foot. And yet again, a shot of class.
Proficient to the offside, Jordan Johnson. Very strong area and such elegance and class.
The first one maybe slightly over pitch, but still a great shot from Jordan Johnson. This time making that adjustment, dragging back that length. It was really about the adjustment in footwork, the adjustment in balance from Johnson. Gets it through again. 4-4-4. What a statement this has been in this over. Foregone 37 for 1.
Giving himself some room, Johnson, trying to get through the offside and successful.
I talked about bonus points, and here you have a breakdown of it, and this is what we'll be talking about over the course of this tournament. So I mentioned that Trinidad and Tobago Legions picked up 9 bonus points. In one game, they picked up the maximum available. But let's look at that power play phase. Batting, if you go at 8+ in terms of runs per over with fewer than 2 wickets lost. In that phase of 1 to 6, you pick yourself up a point. In terms of bowling, if you can take 3+ wickets, you pick yourself up a point. So they've already picked up 1 Guyana. They've got 2 more overs in which they need to take another 2 to get themselves that bonus point. If we're looking at runs, 8 by 6 is 48. A chance. Oh, wow. Did he get something under it, Nell Smith? A genuine chance created.
Ooh, just outside. I was looking to see if it was a slow ball. It didn't look to be pace off. Could be that bounce that we spoke about.
Maybe has the distance to get past mid-wicket. Oh, just enough. Timing a part of the consideration now with Nell Smith in operation, slightly slower than Jetty of Blades.
Yeah, and I think that is the big change in lack of timing over the last 2 balls. First ball of the over, you saw him kind of get there and stop with fairly hard hands. This time, waiting a little bit longer, but not getting the pace to whip and it going aerial. It's just a slight adjustment need to be made in his timing to be able to get the ball in that sweet spot and continue the rhythm that they've had over the last couple of overs.
Times this one, maybe cramped for a little bit of room, but in terms of what he's done so far, it's by far better than that first game. Getting themselves into better positions, showing more intent, playing with less risk, you would say, as well, is both Mackenzie and Jordan Johnson. And so far, the reason why they've been able to get off to this flying start, a stark contrast to what they did in that first game. A lot to think about, certainly, of the likes of this off spinner, and a lot to think about for Kemal Savory. He's gotten this. 1 bounce over the ropes.
Waited on it nicely, slow ball. Gave himself some room to get the arms through and made really good contact, Kurt Mackenzie. And it shows the value of partnerships as well. You think back to those 4 boundaries off Sinclair. Mackenzie went across his stump and through the leg side. Jordan Johnson went the other way, gave himself room to go through the offside. So although you're bowling at 2 similar stature left-hand players, they're very different in the way they attack the bowling and the areas they're trying to score, which is important. Where you run hard, where you try to turn over strike, and then force the bowlers or ask the bowlers different questions between yourselves as a pair. and a partnership.
Goes straight, and that is the highlight of the day. Kirk McKenzie, where have you been hiding this talent?
Come on. Now wait for something to happen. Come on, boys.
Gorgeous. Absolutely gorgeous. I didn't want to say anything over it to spoil the shot. Everything technically sound where it's supposed to be. Hit it at the right time. Elbows high. Full face of the bat. You beauty.
Thinking of two, but that intent on display brings up the 50. 5 gone, 50 for 1.
It's been a different approach by the Jamaica Titans 2 days later after they lost the opening encounter to the Leeward Islands. His challenge, Kemal Savory, and his thinking, his planning. Quinton Sampson, who we saw come into the attack in the 12th over against Trinidad and Tobago, now has the important job of bowling the hardest over, arguably in the innings, the 6th over. With 2 set batters, final over of the power play, they'll be looking to maximize. Hello to Samuel Badri with a deep backward square and a deep long on, both men leg side.
Hello, Nikhil. Hello, everyone. Yes, a promising start by the Titans. Quick single, direct hit. Doesn't decide to throw. It's been the worst start for the Guyana Rainforest Rangers with the ball. Previous power play scores for them, 36 for 3 and 31 for 3. So on both previous occasions, they've picked up 3 wickets in the power play, but still, they've gone on to be quite expensive. So now that they didn't have that good start, it's quite worrying for them because they know in their last few overs, their last 5 overs, they travel quite a bit. So it's worrying for Kemal Savory.
He's grown in confidence in this innings, young Jordan Johnson. This is promising.
50 partnership comes up between these two and in quick time. What was quite noticeable in game 1 for them was their strike rates. Well, they've improved upon that with a plum. Just look at the way he's played that through the offside. He's one of those players who's very strong offside in the West Indies. Yeah, contributions from McKenzie, 37 from 21 and 17 from 8. So Jordan Johnson has started off quite excellently.
Just 9 dots, even in a power play where the field is in, and usually you get quite a few dot balls, so it tells you they're maximizing more deliveries. Change in field, deep backward square now with a deep cover after that shot. That's been different as well. They've used their feet to try to push the Rangers seamers off their length. Sam, as a spinner who bowled in the power play, one thing that a few fans will be looking at, Ashmead Ned, right? So he didn't bowl in the power play, he only bowled 1 over in the first game against the Windies Islands because of the left-handed prominence in that team. Now again today, 2 left-handers at the crease, not seeing him, even though he's had his success in the CPL in the power play. Yeah, he's just squeezed it into the gap. This partnership has flourished.
Yeah, he has protection deep on the offside. And so he felt as though he needed to if he had to in that direction, but it was too full, too wide. Ashmead Ned was so far in the tournament, one over, that solitary over that you were mentioning, and then 2 for 25 against the Trinidad and Tobago Legions, in which case he didn't have to bowl to 2 left-handers at the top of the order. It's a discussion that we've had many times before, Nikhil, and whether or not the left-hand orthodox can bowl against the 2 left-handed batters in the power play. We've seen that in different tournaments across the world where captains are loath to expose the left-hand orthodox to the negative matchup. And we have said time and time again that many times we've seen that negative matchup working in the favor of the bowler. So it still confuses me as to why captains are reluctant to do that. Power play done, 62 for 1.
The Titans now become the second team in this year's Breakout League to get that bonus point in the power play. Batting, that is. You need to be over 48 for 1. Describe what you've seen and what do you take away from the first 6, Samuel Badju?
Well, despite the fact that they lost a wicket early, they still knew that they had to capitalize on the field restriction. So a lot of credit to the 2 southpaws out in the middle. They played some exquisite shot. That was delightful. The shot of the tournament for me so far. Yeah, reasons to smile. But this is the phase of the game that it gets really interesting. We see Ashmead Ned being introduced straight outside of the power play. He has protection. How can they continue that acceleration through the middle overs? This is the important bit.
And the areas they target as well, folks, that what you're seeing on your screen now, leg side, that's into the wind. So Ned has got that slight advantage, helping him bowl to the quote-unquote negative matchup with a deep cover, deep long off.
Keep going, Natty. Keep going, Natty. Keep going, Natty. Work, 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 work. Keep going. Not bad. Good start, Natty. Good start, Natty. Good start, Natty. Watch it, watch it.
Yes, 2 left-handed batters, so at the very least, they should be able to rotate the strike. There's a vast expanse of vacant areas leg side for them. No short mid-wicket fielders on the boundary. The only one in the inner circle is the short fine leg. So at the very least, they should be able to turn things around. Just like that. And if there's an opportunity for a double, they can capitalize, which they do really well there. So good running, good match awareness. So this is the level of intelligence that I want to see exhibited during this phase of the innings.
Yeah, they'll have a check on this, but you can see Mackenzie is trying to maximize the ball spinning into him. He is looking to take on the win. You're a brave man. Mackenzie, we'll see if you survive.
I just mentioned that word intelligent, and then he plays that shot, hitting, as you rightly mentioned, into the wind with the 2 fielders positioned there. Nothing wrong with the legality of the delivery. And sometimes that momentum from the stroke takes you out of your crease. There wasn't a lot of excitement from the wicketkeeper, but we'll need confirmation. Yeah, never left. And didn't raise that foot either. So all's well. That ends well for Mackenzie. And now there's a change in field as well as we confirm that not out. There is a short mid-wicket in place.
There's a better option hitting with the wind.
Keep going, keep going, keep going, keep going, Natty. Keep going, Natty.
Yeah, it is. If it is something that he has the competency in executing. So I have no issues with that. And for Jordan Johnson, the field reverts to the short mid wicket being vacant because he is very strong offside. So he feels that he needs some more protection there. Ned.
He's completely lost his bat. That's how hard he's trying to hit the ball.
Yeah, it ended up close to the stump. It might have made contact with Kemal Savory. Concussion test. This is not something you see every day, folks. The wicketkeeper being struck with the bat. Let's have a closer look. Oh my word. That is certainly something you don't see very often. I wonder if that ricocheted and onto the stump, if he could have been out in some unfortunate manner.
He was out of his crease. I don't know if that counts as a stumping. That would be never seen before in cricket. Poor Kemal Savory. Look at the speed in which this happens. You can't expect Savory to react and see a bat coming in his way. He's obviously looking at where the ball is going. Poor guy.
Yeah, I saw a clipping on the internet recently where the batter's bat made contact with the umpire when he was celebrating a victory, just threw his bat into the air and it struck the umpire. But I've not seen something like that before. His eyes were on the ball, Kemal Savory, looking in the direction of the hit. And then all of a sudden a bat strikes you on your head. Now, sometimes wicketkeepers don't wear their helmet, so that's another reason why you should always wear your helmet when you're wicketkeeping, especially against spinners. Something like this can happen.
I would say, Sam, always wear your helmet. Regardless, remember at Athenes in game 1, went to sweep the ball, was hit in his face. This is tough, man, honestly. There's no way he could have ever expected a bat coming at him. He's looking at, make sure his fielder gets there to stop the boundary. And he may be even coming off the field, given the direction he's walking. Of course, you don't want to mess around with the seriousness and degree of seriousness with the concussion protocols.
Ryan Hercules left off screen. There's, of course, the paramedics who are here in the event that they are needed. Ryerson Bagu, the analyst for this team, looking on quite intently as well. It's a worrying start for the Guyana Rainforest Rangers, and now there's a little bit more worry to add to that. Mackenzie started off fluently, got a little bit of width from blades and capitalized, and then he looked to take on anything that was close. So this was really good batting from them. The intent, which was so lacking in the first game, was quite evident today. So the couple days off, their practice sessions, their discussions, their planning, all coming together so far today. Still a long way to go in the innings, though. We know how quickly things can change in this format, but Mackenzie unbeaten on 44 from just 26 deliveries. Yeah, changing wicket-keeping duties. Rivaldo Clark is given that responsibility. Kemal Savory, unfortunately, makes his way off the field. He'll no doubt be checked up on. Fingers crossed it's nothing too serious.
And when the Rangers team was announced, Niall Smith was announced as vice captain, but they do have Kevlon Anderson, who's captain in the red ball format earlier this year. So either one of them can take up that mantle of leadership. Rivaldo Clark, obviously, mainly a keeper. He kept for the Barbados Royals last CPL, rotated with Quinton de Kock, so more than capable. But just watching that package, Sam, and seeing Mackenzie back, it's evident that the discussion has been, we need to go harder and we need to be smarter as well. When you think back to that Leewards game and the choices in shots that both Johnson and Mackenzie played, it looked visibly like they were trying to bat through the innings and take less risks. Today, they're still preserving their wickets whilst being aggressive.
Yeah, absolutely. You look at that game against the Thunder, and their strike rates were all below 100. Yeah, that flag is flying quite proudly at the moment, given where things stand. Log had 14 of 14. Mackenzie himself, a runner ball 34, and Jordan Johnson 40 from 45. So all of them had very low strike rates, comparatively speaking. And so they have decided quite deliberately to change that around. And that's the way you need to play this format. You have to take some risks. You have to take the game on. Unfortunately for them, it has worked thus far. But like I mentioned, it's only into the 7th over, a long way to go still. These middle overs can be tricky for an inexperienced batting lineup. We already saw a shot trying to take on the win and the fielders deep.
Ned will be very happy with that to the two left-handers. Just 5 from the over, 68 for 1. League table tells you the importance of this game for the Rangers, especially. You only play 5 games in the league stage, but the bonus column, very important. The Legions have won 2 games and they're already at 17. So even if you're not winning games, you want to make sure you're doing enough things in the right way to help secure other points. And after his 2 overs in the power play, went for 20 with the 2 left-handers. Here is Sinclair outside of the power play. And this is intelligent from Mackenzie.
Yeah, I understand what Kevin Sinclair is trying to do. He's asking the batters to cut the ball or to hit offside into the wind. But the only thing was that it was too fast, too much pace on the ball, so that once he gets it in the gap, it's going to race away for 4. So maybe a touch slower. The line isn't the issue, the pace was. You don't want to get too straight to the left-handers who would be hitting with the wind leg side. So can he make that adjustment?
Still wants 2 and will get it as well. It's been an innings filled with intent from the senior batter in this Titans team. He's played 3 seasons of the CPL. We're seeing that experience come to the fore.
Yeah, West Indies test batter as well, so he has pedigree. He has something about him, Kirk Mackenzie. And this is the reason for this tournament, for you guys to dominate. Yeah, that is what Kevin Sinclair is trying to avoid, that particular stroke. So the line, like I mentioned, is good. Can he just vary the pace a little bit on that same line?
Given it's an excellent comeback from Kevin Sinclair, who went for runs against Mackenzie in the power play.
Yeah, trying to repeat the previous stroke. This time the line was much straighter, bowling from round the wicket. It looked good live. He was outside off stump, but that front foot going straight down the line. The only question for the umpire would be whether or not it's sliding down the leg side. He didn't think so. Mackenzie, after a very well played half century, has to go 74 for 2.
promotion for franchise player in this Titans team, Zion Brathwaite from St. James, Barbados, formerly a Barbados youth captain. He won the under-17 and under-19 titles for Barbados. Saw him with his seam bowling. Now we'll get a chance to see him with bat in hand.
Yeah, this is why this period is one that there's a lot of focus on for the batting team. Could be out. Direct hit was needed. He had some time. He delayed. He settled, did Kevin Sinclair. But he was aiming at virtually one stump. That was a horrendous decision for a single. It didn't get past the bowler.
Well placed. Anderson has work to do. And yeah, it will get there in the end. It's just all about the placement. Too much for Anderson to do in the end. 11 coming from the over, 79 for 2.
Yeah, very well placed by Jordan Johnson. Desperate effort in the deep by Kevlin Anderson. Had a few blemishes in the field in the previous game. Not much wrong there, but still couldn't prevent the boundary.
Just to carry on the conversation from the previous over, obviously with Mackenzie's dismissal, now Johnson's role becomes even bigger. But to your point in the middle overs, Sam, you look at Johnson in that first game. In the power play, 20 or 14, flying. His next 20 runs came in 31 balls. He batted for the entirety of the innings. He was there till the 20th over. So for him now, as we've seen captains and players learn, what can he learn from that first game in terms of his middle overs approach?
And if it's one thing you can't coach is match experience. The importance of this league to give them that opportunity to figure things out. And I'm intently looking to see how does he learn from that previous experience. Can he find a way to keep that momentum that he has? Can he find a way to score against a left-handed bowler who's looking to force him to score on the leg side? He's a strong offside player, as we've mentioned before.
Get it, Nate, get it, Nate.
Quick double, very good running, is it? Might have been gone had the wicketkeeper not dropped the ball. And I wonder if Rivaldo Clark here messed up an opportunity. They're still going to have a check. But from where I'm perched, the ball seemed to have been dislodged from the wicketkeeper's hand, potentially onto the stump, but I didn't think so. We'll need to confirm. Zahid Basrat, over to you. Is it in and out? Yeah, it's in and out. He had an opportunity there. Where is Kemal Savory?
Good boys. Wait, look at back, see? We got batters.
Recovering.
Batters, let's go, let's go.
Second time, though, these two have had some difficulty in their communication and running.
Yeah, I don't think that they'll be looking for too many doubles in that area, given what we just saw.
That is brilliant innovation. This is the talent that the region has been speaking about when it comes to Jordan Johnson.
Yeah, good decision making. He knows that he can't go square or backward square where the fielders are. So he goes even finer, just over or to the left of the fielder at 45. Now that he's gotten that boundary, what does he do next?
Oh, yes, yes, yes.
Would you believe that has gone on to the stumps? I think it may be off of Clark. No, Johnson's walking. He's going. It took a while to get there, but you can see again trying to be innovative with the reverse sweep. That has gone onto the stumps.
Yeah, ricochets off the arm and onto the stump. I was just asking, what is he going to do next, having gotten the boundary of the previous ball? 7 runs coming from the over and still looking to go hard through the middle. Brings about his demise, and 2 new batters at the crease. Jordan Johnson, 30 from 16, 86 for 3.
Come in.
That's middle. Left arm wrong, 2 to come.
Second franchise player, so both of them at the crease now. Andrew Rambaran, decent showing in the first game start. A couple overs with ball in hand as well, but now after such a good start, prolific start with bat in hand, you've got 2 new batters at the crease and pressure on. How do you set up a platform for the Ramal Lewis and the Javor Royal? They have power to come.
Come in.
2 is the call, 2 quite comfortably this time. Much to the dismay of the bowler, who just allows it to go for 4. So off the mark with a 6. What a stroke that was from Rambaran. 2 and 4 overthrows. What was Ashmead Ned thinking? He probably thought that there was someone behind him backing up, but there wasn't any. And he just allowed the ball to go by. That is inexplicable. Good running, though, nonetheless. That's a gift for Rambaran. 7 off 2 for him. What a start. 93 for 3 after 9.
What has this first 9 overs not had? Guys getting hit in their helmet from the bat. Now 6 runs, courtesy of some overthrows. It's been eventful. Yeah, 93 for 3. They'll be happy with this position, but they would have understood what went on a few days ago, where they too in the Titans got a good start and then it fell away towards the last 8 overs. They only got to 123. Now Smith, who bowled 1 over in the power play, took pace off the ball with those leg cutters, changing ends.
Yeah, 5 fielders in the inner circle, cutting 1, which is good to the new batter. I say new batter, the newer of the 2 batters, both of them facing 3 and 2 deliveries, Rambaran and Brathwaite. So it's a good opportunity for the Rainforest Rangers to get back into the game. Maybe a couple tidy overs to address the run rate, which is quite high at the moment. Yeah, 10.25.
Sam, this has been, what, 4.2 overs with serious cricket discussion, but I must ask you, how much sunblock is required to do what Niall Smith has done here? I mean, he must be traveling with a suitcase full, because he's had this in every game. This is like a mask.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, different types of sunblock that these guys use these days, but yeah, it's an absolute must. He's trying to maintain his complexion.
Nice timing. When I was young, my mom used to tell me, rub in the sunblock, right? Rub it in so you don't see the white on your face. He's not rubbed in at all. He's just put it and then that's it.
What do you mean when you were young?
Younger.
You're still a young man, Nikhil. I know you don't look that way, but you're still a young man.
Yeah, I was thinking it was a compliment. Good from Smith. And remember, Niles Smith is captain. And I like, as you mentioned in the beginning of the over, he's only got 4 fielders outside the circle. So understanding with the 2 new batters, we can attack with the field.
Yeah, clash of the winless teams. A couple of them so far. The end of this match, one of them will remain winless. The Guyana Rainforest Rangers wouldn't want that to be them.
Nice length again into the pitch. They've got success when they've gone into the surface. Smith especially taking pace off.
Yeah, good length to Rambaran, who should be very familiar with the conditions here. A man from Trinidad and Tobago plays for Vishnu Boys Hindu College in the secondary schools cricket league, has represented Trinidad and Tobago at the youth levels.
Good execution from Niles Smith, the standing captain. 95 for 3 after 10, and time for a drink.
That 51 from 31 stands out from Kirk McKenzie. That 30 from 16 stands out from Jordan Johnston as well. You think about the strike rates across this game, you would say that they've ticked the boxes. Kirk McKenzie getting himself a 50 in this one, and it was a very controlled 50, a very commanding 50 as well, and showcased the range of shots that he has, McKenzie, whether or not it was offside or leg side, straight back down the ground as well. Probably the highlight, he would say, of that batting innings, and it certainly was a good start for them. Yeah, that backdrop just behind you, Brian Lara, might have been happy as a left-hander seeing that. But you're looking at that partnership there of 72 and the type of foundation that it laid for them. But I truly think about what he was able to do with the running as well. Guyana, they were short of wickets, but not here at top Jedia Blades. He did what he did all tournament long, bowling full, bowling straight. Then Mackenzie after that 50, St. Clair getting into the thick of things. And then it was the turn of Ned. And he would say he got a bit of fortune in this one. Jordan Johnson can't believe it. Couple bowlers have been utilized by the two skippers. And the reason why I say two is because Kemal Savory, the original skipper, had to find himself off of the field. And this is pretty much why he had to find himself off of the field. There was a bit of a whoopsie. Bam, right there. Yeah, did not see it coming for a second. So a new keeper is out there, and he's been out there for some time. And there's going to be a change of bowling. Leg spin, not the art that Shakira Selman alongside of me has perfected, but something that she enjoys seeing. We go from a young Nikhil to a young Shakira. Good day, Shakira.
And much older than Nikhil, though. Good day, Joel. Good day, viewers. Yeah, another opportunity for young Riyad Latif, just 17 years old, to get his first wicket in this competition. First game, he was good, economical, 4 overs to 25 runs. Last game, not so much. Went for 23, his 2 overs. Yeah, but this is the end he seems to prefer, Riyad Latif. In that first game, he bowled with lots of control. Spun the ball just a smidget, but it was his control that was so impressive. He does have a left-hander to bowl to, though. The good thing is he's asking the left-handed Rambaran to hit into the wind, so it may work in his favor.
If you look at a comparison in between the two games, oh, those flags. I always love the colors, the vibrancy of them. Talking about vibrancy, there's been a vibrant start, you would say, to this innings. When you look at the 10-over mark for Jamaica, we talked about the strike rates that they had in that first game that they played versus Leewards. Found themselves at 63 for 1 after 10 today. Find themselves at 95 for 3. So, yeah, have lost a wicket or two more, but that intent is there from them. And what it has done is pretty much accelerated the game and actually put Guyana now in a position that they've never been in this tournament, Shakira. And you can pretty much talk about it from here, whereby they've had a good 10-over phase, whether or not with bat or with ball, Guyana, but they've always fallen away in the back end of the innings. Where do they go from here, Shakira?
Yeah, and the last 10 overs in those 2 games that Guyana played, it cost them 111 and then 105. So they haven't been good in this phase of the innings.
Oh, the execution was brilliant on that one, Rambaran. Taking advantage of the matchup. Gets himself a boundary.
Yeah, and that's one of the reasons they haven't been good. They haven't had answers for shots like this. Really good for Rambaran, getting outside the line of ball stump and then getting the ball over that field, that sharp flying leg. Really playing the field to perfection. Again, another batter not trying to hit it too square because it's very unlikely you can get a boundary there. 102 now for 3.
Keeper.
Well, started as a quiet over. 8 runs though from it. 103 for 3. You look at what's been constructed there by the Titans, and you look at that power play phase, and you say that they've ticked that box by getting themselves some runs in that power play phase. And what it has done is set up the back end of the innings for them now. Change of bowling. Ashmead Ned, will it be a change of attitude when we think about what happened a little earlier? All these things are crucial and things that certainly need to be highlighted, especially when it comes to the younger guys in the game. Not something that you want to see. Yeah, look at that field, quite spread. Targets that leg-side area as expected. Now, you didn't get a chance to fully develop what you want to say, Shakira, in terms of the way forward in the back end of the innings. So I guess you could continue here, Shakira.
Yeah, spotlight will be on the new captain, the standing captain, Nell Smith, because Kemal Savory brought in Ronaldo Ali Mohammed in the 17th over of that game for the first time, cost them 21 runs. That could be a big difference. It will be important to see how he utilizes himself and the other bowlers around him. It will also be important to see if they go away from what worked for them in previous games. We saw Jadier Blaze bowl the ball into the surface, use variations. Can they use him and Nell Smith to do those same things at the very end of the innings?
Pushing hard, but just the one. But you go back to liking the intent that is being shown out there by them. Yeah, certainly a lot of questions, a lot of pressure, you would say, out there on the standing skipper, especially on the back of knowing that they need to win this one. They need to get some momentum. They need some bonus points as well. Protection means just one.
Yeah, Joel, and I suppose what a start like this does to a team like Rainforest Rangers is they're no force to maintain intensity that they were unable to in previous games. 31 for 3, 36 for 3, got 3 wickets in both power play phases. Today they're under the pump. So now they have to be showing intensity at this stage. They have to be more focused at this stage. It's do or die. Yeah, and so far Nell Smith has been good, even with the field placement. You can see how tight he was in there for Zion Brathwaite, who's been there for a few deliveries. Now he goes back, though.
Slight change in the field, so pretty much everybody comes to their left. Third comes to short, fine, or 45 on the leg side. And it's a dot, so it's a good comeback over here from Ashby Ned, especially on the back of that previous over that he would have bowled. Just 3 runs so far in it. And it will remain 3, 106 or 3. It'll be interesting how they rotate their bowlers coming towards the end. Of course, there's still overs for Blade, still overs for Smith, and still overs for the leggy Latif as well. Does he bowl his quarter in this one, that being 3 out of the 4 at minimum? Looks as if they'll target the leg spinner, and I like that as well. Because if they target Latif as well, it means that they might have to probably go back to Sampson, which they might not want to do, or they might have to go back to St. Clair, who's not bowled well.
Yeah, I don't think Latif will mind the left-hander taking him on, especially if he's hitting into that wing.
Or try to get a boot down on that one, and maybe a spike has slowed it down. Yeah, but there's a clear intent here to Latif. Umpire now inspecting. I talked about that spike on the ball, and that's probably why.
Yeah, drilled back at him. Bit of footwork, maybe to all the pace off it.
Just over. He won't want to get in the habit of putting that right foot down like that too often, because they had it bounced shy and then into that ankle. We could have seen 2 down for them.
Yeah, it's dangerous. but bowlers don't tend to think of that. He's trying to protect his figures.
You would know all about that, Shakira Selman. Oh, wow. That would have helped his figures, certainly. But that was struck with a ferocity. Oh, those fingers will hurt. I tell you that. Yep. That was painful. Oh, Latif.
You were worried about his foot just now. You have to be worried about his hand. This was struck back so firmly. Oh, could have been his first wicket of this West Indies Breakout League, though. More work for the physiotherapist to do. He's been a busy man.
Yeah, how much did that spray really help? That's a mental thing, Latif. Oh, that was not enough spray to numb that area, Latif. But hey, as long as your hand is good, thank you, Mr. Physio. We salute your services.
Only one, Eddie. Yes.
A misfield means they come back for 2. Probably the only error in this over. And it's so interesting. If you look at Ashmi Ned before, when he was bowling, he was disappointed with the fielding effort. And this is the circle of life, Shakira. It comes back to you. And that is why you can't have an attitude in cricket. 13 bowled, 1-1-3 for 3. Looking at projected scores, but I want to ask you, Shakira, do you know what that flower is? I don't know how good you are at botany or being a botanist, you know, but oh, it's gone, Shakira. You got away.
Ashmi Ned for his final over. Gone for 23 now. Should have been 4 less. Had he had a better attitude a few overs ago. Yeah, but you think this could be a very crucial over in the context of things. Left arm spinner with Rambaran at the crease, left-handed batter. Can he get most of the strike and capitalize on the next few deliveries?
He's looking to take him on. There's an interesting question coming in from one of our viewers, Shakira, and it's with regards to, you know, at what age does a bowler peak? Of course, we're in the Breakout League. All these gentlemen are below the age of 30. Are they at a stage whereby they peak, Shakira? Don't worry about who the viewer was, but are they at a stage, or is there more to come from them?
Have you called our director a viewer? I think, though, it's quite different for bowlers. There's no particular age. And I wouldn't suspect that any of these youngsters have peaked, at least not in this format. Obviously, they've not played so many games. Remember, they aren't allowed to play over 40 games.
It's a brilliant shot and a brilliant result as well. Rambaran has looked good since he's been at the crease. They'll be looking for a lot more of these as they head into the back end of the innings.
Yeah, I like this option. I think this is a very good option. He uses his feet, gets close enough to the ball. Yeah, and he drills it back over the bowler's head.
A statement to close out the over. 4, and the greatest of them all, it's a 6 from Rambaran. Oh, the arms of umpire Reefer outstretched. 127 for 3.
Yeah, this gives it 14 runs in the 14th over, and what a shot from Rambaran. He seems settled now. Watt will be able to end it.
Another partnership forming here. Another partnership with lays a platform for some big hitting when you think about overs number 16, 17 onwards in this game. You would look at this 11 from 16 from Brathwaite, and you wonder what is going through his mind, what is going through Niall Smith's mind, you wonder. But he knows he has to get it moving on. Oh, that ball has got wings. It can fly, I tell you that.
Yeah, prior to this delivery, I was just thinking he hasn't taken smart options, and he's tried to overhit the ball. This time, though, he gets into position very early, gets outside of off stump, yeah, and clears that front leg so that he has a back path way into the stands. Welcome to the big leagues, Zion Brathwaite.
Follows up nicely. Does Latif. He's down for the battle. He's up for the contest. A bit more pace on that one from Latif. Recognizing the intent of Zion Brathwaite. But yeah, you looked at that 11 from 16 and you knew that he had to get going. Yes, in the context of the partnership, you would say it's done well because he stayed there with Rambaran. And they've developed something that they can move on from, but now he's got to go into gear 2, into gear 3. Could be tight. Oh, wow. Direct hit. And it was good night to Zion.
Latif thought it was a direct hit, you know. He thought it was a direct hit. You can see here he decides to pull his hands away because he thought for certain it was dead. Oh, good feeling by Knock, though. Really good work coming off the boundary quickly.
Another productive over as the wheels turn towards the last 30. 137 for 3.
Yeah, just look at those numbers. The greatest batsman to have ever played the sport, arguably. You take any of those, any day of the week. Brian Lara Cricket Academy, named after the great man. This is the current partnership. Rambaran, 35 of 21. Brathwaite, 18 of 19, so he can accelerate a little bit more. 13 fours, 4 sixes so far in innings. This is the stage of the game that Guyana has done terribly in their 2 matches so far. 71 and 63 is what they've conceded. So a very good platform laid here for the Titans. Can they capitalize? Leading edge. Yeah, lands safely. Sampson, the new bowler from the southern end. Lots to think about for the Rainforest Rangers. What do you make of the innings so far, Carlos Brathwaite?
I think it shows the value of partnerships. So far, they've had 2 partnerships of note. This one, 52 and counting, and the second wicket partnership with Mackenzie and Jordan Johnson, 72. They make it. And it just goes to show when you can get that rhythm going via partnerships. Exciting, audacious, but no contact. When you can get partnerships going, it's easier for that rebuild to be possible, and it stops the rebuild from being as slow as we've seen previous rebuilds in this tournament so far. 2 batters running hard between the wickets, rotating strike, and then gaining momentum.
Very well played. He gets the placement only just. The timing was good enough as well. A very popular name from Barbados. Brathwaite gets the boundary.
Yeah, extravagant again from Zion Brathwaite. Gave himself some room just out of the grass of Blades, but just enough on it as well. And he's starting to motor Zion Brathwaite.
Yeah, 15 runs in the last 1.4, so it has been a steady flow of runs for the Titans. They're running between the wickets as well, generally good. That looks close, it looks really close. Wonder how powerful the throw was. They're celebrating the Rainforest Rangers. Umpire Zaid Basrat called upon once again. The batters seem to be a little bit worried, but we'll have a closer look. Does he break the stumps in time? Yes, he does. So good throw from in the deep. Good job from the bowler as well. And the partnership is finally broken. A good partnership of 56. Andrew Rambaran, the batsman, dismissed. Yeah, he goes for 36. 143 for 4, the Titans. Yeah, this time they decide against it. 7 runs from the 16th, 144 for 4. Much improved the strike rates of all of the batters from the Titans in this match as compared to their first game. The Rainforest Rangers, well, they didn't get as many wickets as they normally do in the power play. And they're staring down the barrel of a huge score if the Titans can capitalize on this platform lead. Jadiah Blades back into the attack from the northern end. Starts off with a variation. Carlos, the running between the wicket generally, albeit with that run out in the previous over, has been good. They've shown a level of intensity that we haven't necessarily seen so far.
Yes, I agree. That's Kimal Savory, just with some ice on his head, had an earlier incident. But back to your point, Badri, about the running between the wickets. Some may see and say, let me just have a look at what caused that. A slip and a slide of the handle of the bat and a lash to the head. And with concussion rules and player safety, they took him out of the fire. And he's just getting some ice at the moment.
Yeah, gone. Simple catch for Quinton Sampson. Not enough connection. You can understand what he was after. Ramal Lewis, the captain of the Titans, but he goes without scoring. Didn't middle it.
Yeah, into the wicket, no pace from Blades. And the line was good as well, outside of off stump, meaning that Lewis had to fetch it from outside off stump to drag it back straight or to the side with the wind. That was his first ball. He won't see a second. 145 for 5, the Titans.
New batter.
Thanks.
Dietmar Anderson, the new batter. And they've got to be careful here, the Jamaica Titans, to ensure that they really press home the advantage that they did so well to get. Lost a couple wickets rather in quick time. Half the side down now. Still 3 overs to go after this one. So lots of deliveries remaining. Looking at the projected scores there. Can they get up to that 175, 180 run mark? It's never easy for the new batters to come and get going straight away. Brathwaite is there, 25 from 25.
Yeah, it's important that the new batters understand their role as well. It's all about cameos from here on in for all the guys coming in. Yes, the captain tried, it was selfless, maybe ill-advised. And we had a few slip and slides. But the batters coming in now, probably going to bat 10 balls, let's say. How can you maximize those? Not swinging and missing and then being dots. But in between the boundaries, how can you play strong shots, hit the sweepers? We can see the left hand going across Blades. He now has deep point, deep extra cover. So it gives you kind of the sense that he will go across the right hander and potentially bowl on the wide line, whether that's full and fast and wide or slow into the wicket as he's done a couple times. How do you counteract that without missing too many deliveries in between your boundaries?
Yeah, just 2 runs from the over. Can he close things off along with the wicket? Should be at least a couple. So very good over from Blades. 17 gone, 148 for 5. Very healthy power play for the Titans. 62 for the loss of 1 wicket. And then they were steady throughout, but they've lost a couple wickets in back-to-back overs twice now. Niall Smith, the stand-in captain, back into the attack. And 2 overs for 15 runs so far. Can he use his cutters like we just saw from Blades? Heavy offside field, 6 fielders offside. So expect a wide line to the left-hander. Does the left-hander Anderson walk across offside to counter that? Misfield allows them to come back for 2. They've been untidy in the field, the Rainforest Rangers.
And it's a perfect opportunity to go back to what you asked me about earlier with the run out. And yes, it sometimes can feel like a sacrificial lamb, as Rambaran would feel. But you think across the innings, they've probably inherited about 16 runs through running hard, turning ones into twos, tapping and running. And that intent is better than resting on your laurels and not having a run out.
Yeah, I suppose in economic terms, they talk about the opportunity cost. The opportunities that they got at the cost of that 1 wicket, and they'll feel that they got value in it. And something that our colleague Shakira Selman always mentioned, Carlos, you see a certain level of intensity in the running between the wickets in the final few overs that you wonder why that wasn't there from the start of the innings. And even in the field, you see a certain level of intensity in the field generally that seems to be missing at the start. And what we want, all of us want, is that the young players coming through in this league can form those habits, those healthy habits, so that it becomes part and parcel of their games. The running between the wickets, the attacking the ball, getting the ball back in, the backing up, all of those simple things that we sometimes take for granted, the 1%ers. If they can get that in their DNAs, it would go a long way in improving their overall games. 2 is the call, should be 2. And again, the intensity there, putting pressure on the fielders all the way through the innings. This should be happening.
100%, Badri. And I think when you look at KPIs of what makes this tournament successful. Yes, I want to see the test players and the international players standing a level above. Yes, I want to see a few young players actually break out. What I also want to see is a shift in culture.
The wicket, another slower delivery into the surface, exactly what Niall Smith was trying to do, where he wanted him to hit the ball. He has the fielder's position there. So brilliant planning and even better execution.
Very good cricket. Set the field for it, into the wicket. Short fine leg is a lot finer. And he's the one that poached the catch. Zion Brathwaite gone for a run of ball 29. The Titans 153 for 6.
A man who loves his dancing, the Royal. He's out in the middle, Javor Royal. Has a few deliveries remaining in the innings to make a mark. Very good from Smith. Does it result in 2 though? Just a single. Another good over so far. Following up the over from Blades. Yeah, into the surface, but the line is important. Back of the hand, slower ball. So not much pace on it. Yeah, and he has protection leg side for the right-hander. Now the left-hander. He looked to go wide. Yeah, the projected just coming down a bit after A couple tidy overs from the Rangers. Yeah, that might have been in the slot. Might feel he missed out there, Anderson. But good over 7 from it. 155 for 6.
Yeah, thanks.
Nikita Miller, a former West Indies international cricketer there, along with Jerome Taylor, another former fast bowler. Chance at the non-strikers and he's gone. There was a little bit of a collision, but very good work from the wicketkeeper. Direct hit. And Anderson has to go. So it's been a nice passage of play. Rivaldo Clark, the man with the throw for the Rainforest Rangers.
Good short ball again. Not sure, Anderson. And direct hit from Rivaldo Clark with the gloves. There's a little bit of argy-bargy. We may have missed it on that replay. And I think they're just having a little bit of a review to see if his path was impeded by blades. And if the skipper, Niall Smith, is willing to withdraw his appeal.
Yeah, the batter seemed comfortable enough to walk, so I don't think that he felt too aggrieved, Dietmar Anderson, by what transpired.
I think the question would be, if he wasn't impeded and it was a direct hit, would he have made his ground? And that answer is no. Dietmar Anderson goes for 5, the Titans. 155 for 7.
Yeah, let's have a closer look at that dismissal. Was there anything untoward from the bowler in terms of obstruction? He's going towards the ball as he has the right to do. The batter didn't seem to feel aggrieved in any way, which is a clear indication that there wasn't anything intentional about the obstruction. So all's well that ends well, I suppose, for the Guyana Rainforest Rangers with the dismissal. New batters there again. It's been a really good final couple overs so far from them. Yeah, it's been an area they struggled in, Carlos, closing out the innings, conceding 71 and 63 as was mentioned before, but so far they've done a good job.
And I think they've done really well forcing the batters to hit to the side that they want, which is left to right. As we look onto the pitch from our viewpoint, left to right as we look on screen as well, forcing batters to hit into the wind, and you cast your minds back to the Lewis wicket, pulling from outside the off stump. And the line of that delivery versus the Zion Brathwaite wicket, which was aimed a lot straighter. And it just highlights the subtle changes in line necessary from one end to another and how execution is so important. We a lot of time talk about the pace and the length. There's also the line that is mightily important, especially when you have such a huge win factor.
Taken. Another slow delivery into the surface from Blades. Yeah, they can smile now. The leading wicket taker so far in the tournament adds to his tally. And the plan was there, it was obvious, he stuck to it, and he gets rewarded.
Clinical again from Blades. Pace off, using that angle, taking it out of the hitting heart of the right-hander. Eventually caught by Rivaldo Clark. Good pouch. Short man. Used all his length to get up. And Javar Royal goes for on the ball 459 for 8, the Titans.
That's leg. It's coming wrong to you, huh?
Tamari Redwood, the new batter, with him, Govasta Edmond at the non-strikers end. The last few overs, 7, 4, 7, and now 4 so far in this one. So it has been really good going from the Rainforest Rangers. 2 wickets already in the over. Can he get another? Changes the angle, goes round the wicket for his final delivery of his spell. 3 for 25 from Jediah Blades. And it remains 3 for 25. Wonderful spell for the young man. 19 gone, 159 for 8.
The 3 wickets with the new ball, full and swinging, plumb as they come. And then with the older ball, using his variation, using his skills, taking the ball away from the hitting arc to the right-handers. And 2 catches as a result. Really well bowled, different passages of play, different sets of skill execution.
Confirmation of the most wickets in the Breakout League to date. Jediah Blades with 7, Joshua James with 5, Niall Smith with 5 as well. Johan Lane and Mikel Govaya closing off the top 5. Final over coming up. Niall Smith with the responsibility. Two is the call. Turn and go. Very well done. They could possibly think about a third. So just 22 runs coming from the last 4 overs before the start of this one, when previously they went for 71 and 63. And just to add quietly, the Jamaica Titans are off the mark in terms of points with the bat. They picked up a couple bonus points. They were underwhelming in their first game, so underwhelming that they didn't even register a bonus point. 4 wickets for 17 runs and 3.1. Really good from Niall Smith. He's decided to throw, results in an extra run. Rivaldo Clark looking for another run out at the non-striker's end.
I don't even mind it, to be honest. You have a chance to get a wicket, try to get the wicket. It's 1 run less. The last batter in, and there is the bonus point for bowling a team out. And he may have been saying that's 1 wicket, and we need 1 more in the last 4 balls. Didn't happen, didn't materialize in resulted in an extra run.
Yeah, that's 3 Yorkers in succession. They've taken on the hand. This time he's gone quite comfortably. Run out. Going back for 2, but simple fielding.
Yeah, it's simply trying to get the better batter on strike. Or so I would think. You've seen that intent to try to get the better batter to maximize most of the deliveries in the last over. Gavasta Edmund lost his wicket, 164 for 9.
Ready? Let you know about running off the pitch. You're on the team warning.
Dackers, Anthony Dackers, last man in on strike. Can the Rainforest Rangers get a bonus point for dismissing the opposition? That's a reality. Could be run out at the non-striker's end again. And he gets back the strike, so he's off the mark with a double. Dackers.
I just think Tamari Redwood loves a run. I gave him the benefit of the doubt when he was batting with Gavasta Edmund, thinking he just wanted to get the better batter on strike, having come in earlier in the order than he did. And having got in, he was, again, boom, at one end, next frame, at the other. So he's been a live wire between the wickets so far. Only faced 1 ball, but contributed to a few runs between the wickets.
Excellent delivery again. I make that 5 Yorkers on the trot. Or attempted Yorkers. Quinton Sampson calm under pressure. And good through. I make it based on what our statistician is telling us, Carlos, that if they get the wicket of this ball, the Rainforest Rangers would register 2 points for restricting them to under 172 and bowling them out. Can they do it? Yes, they do. Wonderful stuff from Niall Smith and the Rainforest Rangers. They've just gotten themselves 2 bonus points for economy in the final 5 overs and dismissing the opposition. A wonderful recovery from the Guyana Rainforest Rangers. The Titans will be very disappointed with the way they've ended, but the innings has come to an end for 166. Niall Smith, the man finishing things off.
So can roll.
Superb from Smith. Full, straight, you miss, I hit, timber.
Yeah, some good batting performances at the start of the inning. Jadier Blades, the leading wicket taker. How good was he with his 3 wickets? There are smiles for the Rainforest Rangers, the way they've ended the innings the first time this season. They've been really good in the final 5, so lots to feel proud about. Improvements there certainly. Jamaica Titans winning the toss and deciding to bat first. Mackenzie was brilliant with his 51 from 31. Johnson 30 from 16. A couple scores of note from Brathwaite and Rambaran. Good partnership between those two. But thereafter, look at that. Single digits, 0, 5, 4, 6, and 2. 166 is where they end. They had some healthy partnerships which set up a platform, 72 and 57, Mackenzie and Johnson, and then Brathwaite and Rambaran. 166 though is where they end.
The Guyana Rainforest Rangers led once again by Jadier Blades, 3 for 25. Niall Smith ending as standing captain, capturing 2 for 29. The all-important last wicket as well to give them 2 points, 2 bonus points. And what a recovery from them. 29 for 7 in the last 5 overs. Sensational bowling performance in the back end of the innings.
Yeah, really wonderful stuff from them. That is a remarkable start. 29 for 7 in the last 5 overs. Brilliant from their bowlers. Well, that means therefore that the Rainforest Rangers can get to 167 to register their first win. Remember, it's almost desperation time for the Rainforest Rangers. We'll take a short break, and on the other side we'll speak to one of the players.
Number 1 for you. How are you feeling about today?
Yeah, the intent was just better for me.
All right, so talk to me a bit about the conditions out there in the middle and the pace of your innings today.
I was trying to be as aggressive as possible in the power play, and it really worked out for me.
Yeah, one thing that Carlos Brathwaite was talking about on commentary was your running out there in the middle. Did you feel as if, you started a bit slow, but then things picked up for you there?
Yeah, it did start a bit slow for me, but as a team, we wanted to run better this game, and I think we really did that well.
Yeah, no, last one for you. Looking at a target on the board, how happy are you with that one?
It was a good target. I think we can defend it. Let's hope the bowlers can hit the marks today.
All right, well, Kirk, all the best in that one.
Thank you very much.
It is a brand new entertaining league, the West Indies T20 Breakout League, coming to you live from the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. A phenomenal initiative in building the future of West Indies cricket. Jamaica Titans will be pleased to some extent with this total 166. And Kurt McKenzie, the standout at 51 off 31. That partnership between him and Jordan Johnson was a fruitful one, and then a bit of impetus by Brathwaite Rambaran, but 29 for 7 in the last 5 means they're stunted to below 170. Shakira Selman is alongside to analyze Kurt McKenzie. Shakira, what stood out to you?
Yeah, he was good all around the wicket, but particularly this leg side play. He was very smart. He ran well between the wickets, and in between, he was able to capitalize on those loose deliveries. He will be pleased with this. Kurt McKenzie, good way to get into this league. Yeah, lost their way, but there was a really good partnership between McKenzie and Johnson. 72 runs, and then Rambaran and Zion Brathwaite for 51. At the end there, you can see those just single digits. 143 for 3, ended up being 166 all over.
Jediah Blades has been very impressive in the first 3 games for the Rangers. Again, leading the bowling attack, bowling the tough overs, 2 up front, 2 at the back end. And he got help today from Niall Smith, as well as Kevin Sinclair and Ned, the 2 finger spinners in the wickets as well. There's a reason that Ramal Lewis won the toss and batted first, because scores and chasing over 160 is challenging here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. The Rangers, to almost stay alive in this tournament, remember they've lost 2. They'll need 167 runs to win from the 20 overs. It's not going to be an easy feat, but certainly they will feel they have enough firepower. But 21 times in T20 cricket, 160 plus has been set. Only 6 times has it been chased. So it will be a task for Adrian Sukwa, Guyanese opener, along with Rivaldo Clark, who haven't really found their rhythm as a pair in the partnership so far.
Yeah, Sukwa was good in the first game, got a half century, but never got going in the second game. For Rivaldo Clark, though, he'll need to show a lot more intent from ball 1. Nikita Miller will be asking his troops to bowl well from the start. His pacers weren't good. Ramal Lewis and Javar Royal were really good, but they'll need support from the pace bowlers as well.
That was quite the innings for the Titans. 95 for 3 in the first 10. The second 10, only 71. And they lost 7 wickets. But they will feel with Javar Royal and his power play bowling, they'll feel they have enough. Key will be their seamers. They'll need more out of their seamers. Edmund, Zion Brathwaite, Dakers. But out they come, the Titans. Both teams, remember, hungry and desperate for a win. You can see from the body language, they feel quite confident at this stage. The weather has looked glorious all day. Remember, we have a 7 o'clock game coming to you tonight. Barbados Pelicans taking on the Infernos, who have had a couple days off. And the surface has been good. Usually we see those slower deliveries grip into the surface. The ball has come on nicely, so that again will assist the Rangers batters. Sukwa, who got a 50 in the first game of the tournament from Berbice, went to the Quarantine Comprehensive High Secondary School. He's traveled to the USA and waited a long time at age 26 to play for his nation. A lot of eyes will be on this man. He's faced 34 balls in the power play, Rivaldo Clark. He's only hit 1 boundary. So what differences, like we saw from Johnson and McKenzie, can he make to his game? And he'll have a tough challenge against Javar Royal. 2 for 10 in 3 overs in the power play a few days ago.
Yeah, he too Ramal Lewis was excellent with ball in hand. 4 overs for just 15 runs in that first game. He'll be hoping when it's time for the Pacers to bowl, they can bowl with a lot more control, as he will be confident that he and Javier Royal could back up the performance from 2 days ago.
Yeah, 2 deep feeders, leg side, deep mid wicket, deep long on. There's the arm ball straight away, getting that drift into the right-hander.
Yeah, you heard Javier Royal speak about tucking batters up in this phase of the innings. He doesn't want to give them any room, so there will be plenty arm balls coming down to the right-handers.
There's a bit of that intent from Clark. We talk about adjustments and captains learning. Straight away, Ramal Lewis has gone to Royal in the first over. Remember, in the last game, it was Edmund who bowled the first over, ended up going for 19 against Kofi James, and it was hard from that point to pull things back. So going to his best option early.
Yeah, he wants Royal to set the tone of the innings. Yeah, it's not easy playing the left arm spinner with the ball angling back into you. Tickles this one fine though. Boundary to get going, Sukwa.
A bit of premeditation in the last couple of deliveries from Sukwa, coming across his stumps, hitting with the drift. I wonder if Royal is brave enough to go to an orthodox delivery, spinning past the outside edge to mix it up. He's done it with the older ball. Haven't seen him much of it with the new ball.
Yeah, you wouldn't have seen, but just before this last delivery, he just asked his fielder at short for it to come a bit finer. I think he'll stick to the arm ball, you know. You don't mind Sukra taking the risk and getting that left foot across the stumps. Starts 2 straight on this occasion. But it's a risk Sukra is taking by getting that left leg across the stumps and then playing across that front pad.
Inside edge. 6 without loss. You know, the biggest party in sport is back. Which of these players in the Breakout T20 will feature? They will play a massive role in the 2025 edition. It's back from the 14th of August to the 21st of September. A minimum of 18 players from this Breakout League will be getting a CPL gig. The team's obliged to have at least one of them in their playing 11 for all regular season games. That's a new addition to the biggest party in sport. Go to cplT20.com for more. We look forward to seeing you across the various territories. Govasta Edmund will be hoping he is one that will fit into a franchise. Just the 1 over in the first game, went for 19 in the power play. Only his second boundary in the power play this tournament, Rivaldo Clark, but this is what he's capable of.
Yeah, this will give him some confidence, Clark. Start short, Edmund. Yeah, asking Rivaldo Clark to hit into the wind. But this is way too easy. Angle down the leg side and he just swivels and helps it way beyond the boundary. Could this be what we've been asking for?
Good opportunity as well, Sally, for a guy in Clark who has been low on confidence. to meet a bowling attack that is similarly low on confidence. This is a good chance for him now to put them under pressure. You think about the other options, whether it be a Zion Brathwaite or Anthony Dakers, they've only bowled 3 overs collectively. And they've gone for 49 runs. Down the leg side. That was one of my big points of focus for this Jamaica Titans team coming into today. Get more out of the seamers to help support and complement Royal and Ramal Lewis.
The question though would be, where are they best suited to bowl? How do you get more out of them? They're expensive in this power play phase with only 2 fielders outside of the circle. Can you find a way to get them involved in the middle phase of the innings?
Especially for someone like Edmund, who went full there, but just watching him naturally in the first game, it seems that he likes to go into the surface. Maybe he's better suited going into the pitch, hitting the deck, that hard length, and having the 5 fielders on the boundary.
I do suppose, though, it becomes a bit difficult for young Ramal Lewis. He doesn't want to bowl his spinners too early. Of course, he wouldn't want Royal or himself to have bowled 2 or 3 overs out of their quota so early in this game. He wants to hold him back for that middle phase of the innings. Spin is so important in that middle phase.
Get inside edge. It's an excellent point, really, and the real purists and who've watched this tournament throughout will remember the first game when Jamaica played the Leewards, and remember, Sally, that Lewis had to attack. They only had 123 on the board, so hence he went to Royal for 3 overs in the power play. Today, though, he's got to be so meticulous with his management of Javor Royal being the most senior member of that bowling attack and his go-to option. So whether he goes 1 more now and then holds him, or he goes attack and go all 3, keep an eye out. It's a very important decision. That came back a long way off the pitch. May have rolled his fingers over it. But nonetheless, Adrian Suko has to go. Edmund had his first wicket in the Breakout League.
Yeah, we spoke about confidence. That will do Edmund the world of good. Getting a wicket early on after that expensive start in the last game. He had been getting the ball to angle back into the right-handers previously, though. Yeah, it does seem to be a cutter of sorts. Maybe hard done, but a judge LBW nonetheless. Suko has to walk back for 4 runs. 14 for 1.
Number 3,
Kevlon Anderson, he's been a bright spark in this year's T20 Breakout League. 58 in the first game against the Infernos, 27 against Trinidad and Tobago.
Bat just coming down late at an angle, could not get the bat down in time. Good start for Edmund.
That's not going to help. Extras and also a few more.
Yeah. We're good. Easy. Yeah, come on.
Enjoyed the purpose that Kevlon Anderson has brought to each of the 2 power plays. Strike rate is around 140 this season in the power play.
One line,
For a guy that scored over 500 runs in red ball cricket, he's shown and displayed excellent flexibility.
Yeah, and this is what he's done well in every partnership he's been involved in.
Good going.
This, though, is a partnership that's key. This second wicket partnership has been very good for the Rangers throughout, but but they've always fallen away after the second wicket.
Sally, something as simple as this, right? It's just one down the ground, but Rivaldo Clark using his crease just to push the bowler off his length. This is something we didn't see from him in the first 2 games. So clearly there's been a conversation. In fact, I saw Carlos Brathwaite lecturing him after the last game. He didn't rotate too much strike in the power play in his day. 18 for 1. Such an exciting few weeks to come. Day 3 of the West Indies Breakout League. Savory will wait on his status after being struck on the helmet. Whether he comes in at 4 or it's Kevin St. Clair. Javor Royal will continue again with his 2 deep fitters leg side.
He has to be careful with that shot. Certainly he'll know Royal is looking to arm the ball back in. A few spectators coming out early to watch this game. The youngster may be watching and hoping.
Don't skip.
I've enjoyed actually the support that's come in. Obviously for the Legions games, the home team, they've had quite an overwhelming support, but even for these games where you would think there's no real tie to each of these teams, people are still coming out, and the southern specialists tell me, Shakira, that they're absolutely very passionate about their cricket. Probably a bit, this is probably the most passionate part of the country. We'll let Samuel Badri confirm when he comes on. The sound off the bat tells you the type of nick Kevlon Anderson has been in.
Yeah, missed out 2 deliveries ago. This time, he's able to capitalize on a short, wide delivery. Yeah, play this one a lot later as well to get it that much straighter. Could have perhaps should have done better.
Hard work, hard work, hard work.
Yeah, really good cricket from Kevlon Anderson. A boundary, then he gets all straight. It's good batsmanship.
Big delivery coming up here. Clark hasn't had much of the strike. Royal tight over this last ball. Able to close it out. Just 6 from the over after going for a boundary. 24 for 1. As you sit at home and watch this year's T20 Breakout League, make sure you're keeping a tab on the bonus point system, which is in place. Edmund starts wide. It's so important, and remember that it's a tournament about development, about enhancing the next generation with specific targets into where the West Indies men's team can be better. And so far, Shakira, in this points table, we've had everyone except one. That dot ball percentage of less than 25%, no one has been able to do that yet. And that's 30 dots in an innings. I want to see if any team can do that. It would be a huge achievement. They're just able to get it past the deep point fielder.
Yeah, fortuitous. Even though that's not where he meant to hit it, it's just because of that intent. You can see the back swing, a lot more intent in that back swing. Good from Rivaldo Clark.
Deep point has come a bit finer. Another one down the leg side. And today, Shakira, we had the team closest to that 30-ball mark. These batters, Kurt McKenzie, Johnson, the Titans, 39 dots faced. And look, people will say 30, that's minimal, right? You really have to be at your best to face only 30 dot balls in an innings. But what I gather is from the hierarchy in West Indies cricket, they want to be aiming for the best. That's where the Indias, the Australias, the Englands at times are at, 30. So how can you score and maximize more deliveries, even if it's not boundaries? And I thought Jamaica today with 39 is steps in the right direction.
Narrowly missing that off stump. Nikhil, that's an area in which West Indies cricket overall has been penalized for a long time. So many people have argued it's hit boundary or it's a dot ball. I suppose that's the reason for this rule. And I listened to Virat Kohli in an interview yesterday, I think, after a game. And he was speaking about the fact that so many batters forget to rotate the strike constantly and then wait for that bad delivery to come. Yeah, it's what Virat Kohli does so well, and it's what Kurt McKenzie did really well today as well. He was really good. He was able to capitalize on these boundary deliveries, but in between, he ran really hard between the wickets, turned ones into twos. He was always looking to score, and that's what you want to see from young West Indian batters. Young West Indian batters trying to get into that senior side. He's led from the front, McKenzie. You can only hope that he will continue to improve and grow as a player as his game develops.
That is gorgeous. The use of the feet and then the execution.
Yeah, it really is about the adjustment here. He's advancing, trying to make it into a full delivery. Bowler goes short and he's able to lean back and slash that one square of the wicket into the boundary. Second boundary in this over. Edmund under pressure.
Spoken about back-to-back overs in the power play. Guys tend to line you up. I've seen it in both innings. Tried the same thing again, coming down the pitch. They're really begging because thought the ball hit the ground after the bat of Clark, but Leslie is having a chat to Dighton Butler. I don't know, I think maybe just to see if the ball bounced after hitting the bat or before.
Yeah, word for the third umpire Zaid Bazaraf to do. They just want to chat to see if it was back then into the ground before it went through to the wicket keeper. Of course, normal protocols being chat first. It is a fair delivery.
I don't mind this because with the luxury of having the cameras, requisite cameras to be able to review this, it's better to be safe than sorry. So let's just check. From the body language out there, it tells us they don't think it's out, but it's better to just check. It looks clearly like a bump ball to me. Ball on the ground there. Confirmation. So Rivaldo Clark's hit 2 boundaries in the over, but the other deliveries have been dots other than the 2 wides. make that 3 boundaries in the over. He's looked a different player today, Clark, 38 for 1.
Yeah, really good finish to the over. Short. Yeah, he rocks back and pulls this one way in front of square for a 3rd boundary.
Anders, change left hand.
And just carrying on that conversation, bonus points important. Look at Trinidad, 9 bonus points to go with the 2 wins, but massive clash. None of the Rangers or the Titans getting wins. Pelicans yet to win. There'll be an action later on. But the Titans were able to secure 2 bonus points in their batting innings. Andrew Rambaran with his left arm spin.
Start short and slow. Lug does well eventually. Perhaps should have been 3 runs though. That's what Jamaica Titans did well. Ran hard from the very start.
Keep going, Rambo. Keep going, Rambo.
Enjoy the way he batted actually. Different innings to what we saw a few days ago. He bowled a couple of economical overs at around 6.5 runs per over. But this is a different challenge, bowling the new ball in the power play. There is deep long on. There's also a deep mid wicket, and it falls in between both of them.
Yeah, his length this entire over has been short. He hasn't gone full back of a length. This one, yeah, angled in, wide up the crease. Rivaldo Clark under it.
Keep going, Rambo. Keep going, Rambo. Keep going, Rambo.
Hit the spot to perfection, Clark.
Straight to the fielder. The wind would have helped because it's hitting with the wind. Nonetheless, though, it's a 2nd wicket for the Titans in the power play.
Yeah, and the bowling change works immediately for Ramal Lewis and the Titans. A bit fuller. Couldn't get back in time to get the hands through. Pits out Javere Royal on the boundary. He's in the action again. Yeah, Clark has to walk back after a handy start. Goes for 24, Clark. 43 for 2.
Captain Kimo Savory, great to see him out in the middle after what was a scare in the 1st innings. Jordan Johnson lost his bat and it found its way onto the head of Savory. Some may say that was unsavory. Can't take credit for that, that's all my director.
Come on, work, Rambo. Come on, work, Rambo. Freeze with the umpire, man. Come, sir. Right on the line. Mari.
He got 30 from 33 deliveries against Trinidad. He'll want to up his intensity in the middle overs a bit more as we close out the power play.
See that? Keep going, keep going.
Yeah, more importantly, we want to build a partnership with Kevlon Anderson. And we just saw partnership broken. Rivaldo Clark picking out Javere Royal on the boundary.
43 for 2.
Garland, come to this. Fellas. Just think them are going to run the wrist, right? Just look these single and run, right? Only change, right arm over.
You would say things pretty evenly balanced at this stage. Guyana need a further 124 runs from 90 deliveries. Of course, they're looking to get their campaign up and running in terms of points. This is their third game. Can't afford to lose this if they want to keep their name amongst the conversation of potentially getting towards a playoff spot. And this one, change of bowling, Zion Brathwaite, the right arm seam into the conversation, young man from Barbados. And is met with a shot of the highest order. This is the form of Kevlon Anderson. Carlos Brathwaite alongside of me. How much did you enjoy this, Carlos?
Classic. The on drive is the most difficult shot to play, but the most elegant when you play it like that.
How many of those did you play in your career, Carlos?
Along the ground or over the rope?
Adjust the length. Too short and put away. Pressure early on in this over.
Kevlon Anderson, classic 1-2, down the ground, and then swivel on the pull when the adjustment was made. And Zion Brathwaite would want to find the length in between there. One was too full, one was too short. Can you find that in between length, that 6 to 8 meter length? And how consistently can you hit that?
Decent adjustment there. I ask you, Carlos, how often have you done that? Gone too full and then gone too short, the ball after it. Kevlon Anderson, most runs so far in this West Indies T20 Breakout League. And what he would want, especially in this innings, is to carry it deeper in terms of the role and the value that he poses for this Rainforest Rangers side. This start would not be enough. He's gotten starts across this competition. Needs to get deeper. Two boundaries, 2 dots, Carlos. Decent comeback from him so far.
Yeah, good adjustment. He's found a good length. I like the last ball. Bowler's found a good length. He's replicated that length. But Kevlon Anderson, trying to be proactive, has taken a step out and across to give himself some room. These are the sort of options that we want to see from batters on a consistent basis. Didn't materialize in a run, but good start.
Goes pace off. And Anderson puts the pace back onto it.
Tried on the ball before, executed on this one, Kevlon Anderson, giving himself some room and smashing it through the offside. Pace off, and he waited on it, timed it beautifully.
We'll get into it after this, but I want to know what, kind of advice would you give to this young man? Oh, he delivers the punch. Anderson won the battle, but Brathwaite has won the war. What a comeback this is to close out the over.
Full, straight, furniture disturbed. Zion Brathwaite finishing the over the way any bowler would want. Timber. Kevlon Anderson gone for 21. The Rainforest Rangers 55 for 3. Ramsan.
Yeah, a lot of conversation there, and I talked about the importance of Anderson and how long he needs to stay at the crease. At the crease, though, now Zenul Ramsami. And they've got a job to do. So he punished Zion Brathwaite in this over. What a comeback this is. Yeah, he got some help from those pads, but the result is all that matters at the end of the day. Puts himself in prime position to slow this game down now.
And you asked what Zion Brathwaite could have done. I think throughout the over, execution obviously needs to improve, but his adjustments from ball to ball, first ball too full, second ball too short. He then found a really good length, third and fourth ball, got punished on the fifth, going pace off, and then you saw the Yorker. So that over tells me he has balls in his armory. He understands, or actually has the deliveries to be able to bowl. He just needs to understand now when to bowl them, how to structure the over, and when he's going that length, he needs to execute a bit earlier.
Well, that's information for any young man out there listening on. You know, you can have all the skills and all the tricks and all the balls in your hand, but it's always a question of when do you bowl, what do you bowl.
And what I love about this, it's not just a Yorker because it was a Yorker. A couple of deliveries before, Kevin Anderson would have walked down to him and gone outside the line. So he not only bowled the Yorker on the stump, he followed him. It ended up on the stump, took the wicket. But it's the process and the reason and the awareness behind the delivery.
And now they're going to need somebody who can bat at the pace of Kevlon Anderson. Because, yes, he spends time at the crease, but he ends up usually in that strike rate of maybe that 120, that 130. And what that does is it puts pressure onto fielding sides. And it's something that from the time he's fallen, Guyana Rainforest Rangers have not been able to do. They've not been able to find a batter who in these middle overs can go at that 130, get up to maybe 140 deeper in the innings.
And so often we talk about singles in this phase of play, but boundaries are important as well. If you know what your boundary option is, you can manipulate the field to find that boundary option, whether it be a sweep, using your feet, offside, leg side, full or short. Many times batters are unaware of what their boundary options are, and as a result they get stuck, neither getting singles or boundaries. And it's a nice mix needed to be able to execute a middle-order job where you can strike at 120, 130 with minimal risk.
Well done.
That one went the other way from Rambaran. Brings us to the end of 7. It's 60 for 3. That power play, you would say it was a very balanced one, ending it at 55 for 3, the Rainforest Rangers. And you saw that intent up top from them. You saw wickets as well. Sukwa was the first to go. Then Rivaldo Clark chanced his hand and got into stride. You thought that maybe this could be the innings that he goes through. Then you thought that maybe Kevlon Anderson would take them out of the bowling power play, or rather batting power play. Losing that wicket, the third, meant that Guyana, or rather Jamaica, sorry, Titans, picked up a bowling bonus point because of picking up the third wicket there. A bit of a score comparison there between the two sides. So Jamaica Titans 62 for 1. Rangers 55 for 3. You look at, more importantly, the last wicket that they lost being Kevlon Anderson, and how big in the conversation that will be. Well, the big into the conversation now is the captain, Ramal Lewis. Picked up 2 wickets in that first game and applied a bit of pressure. Probably was one of the better bowling options that the Titans had when they played versus the Leewards. He'll be hoping to build on that form. Same surface. Somewhat of a similar position in terms of the position of the game here now for him as well. Very often we've seen the off-spinners do this, Carlos, operate from around the wicket and just push that ball across the right-handers. And for those who are unable to go up and over cover, for those who are unable to get those wrists broken and get that ball backward of square on the offside, it usually poses a problem if you're only looking towards that arc of deep mid-wicket towards that long-on area. And then things like this happen where you find that edge, no slip in place, it runs away to the boundary.
Lots to take from that delivery for Lewis, other than being struck for a boundary. Good use of the angle. A nice little pause in his action. And it's all angle that's found the outside edge. You hardly ever hear this, but probably playing too straight against the angle.
Yeah, that's exactly it. You mentioned it, playing too straight. Looking to get that ball back on the ground, needs to be looking a little squarer of the wicket, probably. A little too wide this time, but puts a slip in place. I like that in terms of the thinking, maybe a ball or two too late, but still.
The horse is already bolted, but it's so funny. He didn't have a slip in play and bowled 3 quality deliveries using the angle, good length, good line. Looked like you'd induce an edge. Finally induced the edge, put a slip in, and then bowl a wide outside off stump, and then a ball too straight. The psychology of field placing.
So interesting how much of a mental game this is, and how often it truly comes down to those who are able to hold their nerve in certain situations, who are able to back up their skills. Because, as you mentioned, he was doing everything right before that. Still been a decent-ish over, you would say, from him, barring that boundary that you could say there was no fault in it for him. Just looking to get that feel right, the man at point on the boundary. He's causing Carlos Brathwaite to hold his head here.
Keep going.
It just goes back to that mental side of the game. Just needed to close things out. No prompts, another change in the field. 2 men behind square on that offside. Ten runs yielded from the over. It's 70 for 3. Have you ever fancied yourself as a photographer, Carlos Brathwaite? Capturing the images and in seeing that, kudos to all of those working on the production to bring you these images, all the camera guys around, all the fans that have come in to view as well. But for those of those, you know, who are at home, couldn't make it here, Carlos. Oh, Daddy Pumpkin. Well, how are you doing? Fancy yourself in that kind of a shirt, Carlos?
Too much attention. Too much attention.
Good old Carlos Pumpkin.
Son probably picked the shirt for him to wear. And look at the mom in a black shirt. So biased, so biased.
What do you call a baby pumpkin, Carlos? What do you call a baby pumpkin?
I know, but I said Daddy Pumpkin and Lil Lumpkin or something of the sort. Try to rhyme. Dad and son. A little brewing bromance. Little Munchkin. Thank you, director. Munchkin and Pumpkin.
For a man with so much words, Carlos, I was a little disappointed with Lumpkin. I must say that. I was a little disappointed with Lumpkin. Could be close. Oh, direct hit needed.
Good cricket all around.
Yeah, for a man that gave us words like castigated in our last game, Carlos. But how close was this one here?
Normally a good fielder as well, Ramal Lewis. Probably would have been out. You get a better shot here. But this is what that intensity in this middle overs does. Because the batters have answered the call to show more intent, more proactivity between the wickets, it now forces the fielders to react. You're not seeing guys drop the ball to short third or short extra cover and then just say no and fielders saunter in. You're seeing batters pushing the fielders, and the fielders have to react. This is the culture shift we want to see in our cricket. I've enjoyed watching those small things today.
Yeah, just watching this situation unfold, this is where I go back to underscoring the value of somebody like Kevlon Anderson in a situation like this. We're looking at the dot balls that are building up, and we just think about how he's able to break his wrist and get those ones and twos. Then because of that momentum, he's able to find that boundary as well, and what that then means for the run rate. So he got runs in this over, looking to force it again, and that was his dismissal. And it just takes me back to the type of innings that Alec Athens played, the type of innings that Joshua De Silva played.
Yeah, it wouldn't be too harsh on Anderson there for the simple fact that in the power play, he didn't play a bad shot. He used his feet, which is probably one of the reasons why he's able to get in better positions or have more options. You see him regularly walk across, either to give himself room or to cover his stumps. You see him walk down the track. So he always plays and toys with the length that the bowler would want. He was outfoxed on that occasion by Zion Brathwaite. But I think if you had to ask a Savory and a Ramsamy to do something similar, walk just left or right, tuck it into the leg side, tuck it into the offside, it presents so many more options, so many more scoring options, whether it be singles, twos, or boundaries in this middle phase, and it's so important.
Yeah, certainly nothing wrong with the intent, especially looking at it being last over of the power play. The fact that he already struck a couple boundaries in that over as well, so pressure was on. But just how big a moment that was for the game, leading run score. Just want to see him carry that on, because you know the value of what it could be for the innings. And you probably say that the reason why Guyana have not won 2 of those games in chasing as yet is because of that Kevlon Anderson factor, not getting them down to maybe like over number 15, over number 16, anywhere around there. What I also want to balance that by saying then is that somebody else needs to step up, because I don't want it to be that everything falls on the shoulders of Anderson, so somebody else has to step up.
Yeah, 100%. And that's the beauty of the game. We talk about when you get in, batters that get in, go deep, take it all the way. And that is one side of the argument. So from a personal standpoint, Kevlon Anderson, you need to take more responsibility. On this occasion, however, I'm not going too hard against him. The other side of the coin is, if he doesn't produce, who's going to put their hands up, take the mantle on, and win the game for Guyana with the bat?
Quite over, 74 for 3. someone that we also talk about in terms of responsibility and role, Kevin Sinclair, at some stage. Lewis, though, will continue with ball in hand. Once again, Carlos, that slip not in place. Once again, bowling the ideal delivery, and once again pays a price that he has not earned.
Nice angle, nice length and pace, and inducing the edge again. But for some reason, when he does put the reinforcement at slip, can't seem to get the radar right.
Why is that, Carlos? Or rather, is there a reason that you can be offered for that, whereby he's able to produce those magic deliveries when he doesn't have the field there, but that added pressure of seeing a slip fielder there causes him to bowl something else?
Well, so many times you talk about attacking with your field and defending with the ball. So can you repeat the same ball you just bowled and change the field so many times? It happens a lot with younger players. As soon as the field changes, they try to overdo the ball. So you just bowl the ball on a good line. Because of the angle, it dragged it outside of off stump, induced the edge. Just have to do the same thing, although the field has changed. But now, the psychology is I have to force an edge, so I have to push it. And you end up pushing the ball not only on a good length, not only on a good line, but wide of the off stump. Whereas if you just think, I'll bowl my best delivery, regardless of field, you probably bring yourself more in a chance with the field change to re-induce that edge and potentially get a wicket.
You will look at his figures and see one, or rather none, for 16. I think that maybe he's a bit expensive, but then you factor in those 8 runs that come off the edge as well. Couple wides included in there also. Definitely gets away with that one, though. Brings us to the halfway stage and a time for us to get some drinks. 81 for 3.
A further 86 required for the Rainforest Rangers to pick up their first win in this year's West Indies Breakout League. The anticipation builds in the innings, and the anticipation builds this summer as well. Get ready, ladies and gentlemen, for the West Indies Home Full of Energy Series. West Indies taking on Australia, Barbados, Grenada, and Jamaica. The destinations along with St. Kitts. June 25th to the 28th. Get your tickets now while stocks last. They're going quickly. Head over to windiescricket.com. Test matches and T20 internationals. If you're a child or a senior, you get discounts. And of course, we remember what happened the last time the West Indies went to Australia. It was blockbuster action. We expect more of the same this summer. Samuel Badri is alongside me. Sam, the Jamaica Titans will feel slightly improved about their bowling effort.
Yes, indeed. They ended off a little bit disappointingly, but those 3 wickets would put them, I suppose, in control of this game, given where things stand at the moment. Clark, Sukwa, and Anderson, the 3 batters, dismissed 81 for 3 at the moment. They have some depth in their batting, the Rainforest Rangers, but those 2, you think, out in the middle at the moment, they have a lot to play. In addition to Sinclair, who has that international experience. So nicely poised at the moment. We're heading into the second half of the innings. They need to continue to go at 8.6 runs and over. See the introduction of the leg spinner for the Jamaica Titans, Tamari Redwood, introduced into the attack. Very excited to see what Redwood can do here at this stage.
Yeah, interesting time for him to bowl as well, with Guyana out of the break. Let's see how they come out of that break. I assume with some more intensity and purpose given the asking rate. But it's integral now with these 2 at the crease. And I'm keeping a close eye on Kemal Savory especially. Captain, 29 years old. He knows the power. We've seen Sampson in the last game, his 6 hitting ability. The world knows Kevin Sinclair, who has a test 50. But how long can this partnership stay there while scoring? The asking rate is manageable at the moment. And he'll know that there's 2 overs of Royal to come. Those could be the danger overs. This is length badly. Loosener.
Yeah, gets away with that one. It's a dot ball for him. It's a leg by. And that's another half tracker. So it's a tendency of his. He does have the proclivity to pull the ball down, Redwood.
Let's go, Zion, let's go!
Yes, good running, really good running. And we saw that quite evident in the first innings as well. And psychologically, he's a little bit more comfortable, Redwood, bowling to the right-hander. And he was able to pitch that one. So it'll be interesting to see how he goes against the right-hander as compared to the left-hander.
Keep going, Mari.
Yeah, short again. He's getting away with it at the moment. One of the things that we often talk about, and I mentioned it the last time he was on, is the repeatability of the action for that consistency. Another dot delivery, it's a bye. A nice relaxed approach, nice and upright, but he comes quite around the body. So his hand goes around his abdomen quite a lot upon his release. Have a closer look at it. Just look at how he comes around there. And just sometimes he collapses early, which means that he's going to pull down more often than not. Pulls down again. Does he get away again? Yes, he does. Just a single. So in the end, just 6 runs coming from his first over, 87 for 3.
partnership 32, but it's coming 33 deliveries. So when will a young Zainul Ramsamy in his first game at the senior level for Guyana, as well as his captain, be able to kick in to another gear? Proud moment. Oh, trouble, actually. Yeah, in almost trouble. But it would have been a proud moment today for his family back in Berbice. Those of the Tutbar Cricket Club, where he represents the club of Romario Shepherd and Shamar Joseph, to see him be able to represent Guyana at this level. This won't be an easy position for him to be in his first game. He's 19 off 19, but clearly now you can feel like they've tried to increase the intensity since the drinks break. Asking rate has creeped up now to 9s.
Kimmel Savory 9 from 15. He can ill afford to have that type of strike rate for too much longer. He is hitting leg side with the wind, but it's the off spinner in Ramal Lewis who is on. So yeah, with every dot delivery, that required rate goes up significantly. And pretty soon, it would be 10 runs and over. Just a single. Ramal Lewis at the toss. Nikhil did mention when he opted to bat first that their strength is the ability to defend. Or he thinks that they have a better chance defending than chasing. So they have a decent score on the board, notwithstanding their very disappointing end. And so far they've done a good job, a good restricting job. Picked up 3 wickets as well. And 3 runs from the over. Can he close things off with a single or a dot? He is able to do so. So just 3 runs from the 12th. 90 for 3.
Both teams hunting a win. There's nothing in that win column. They have picked up a few bonus points which will be adjusted after the game. The Titans in their batting effort, as well as in the power play, taking 3 wickets. Last 5 overs, just 20 runs. This could be the over with Redwood on and still missing his length. This could be the over that they have to target.
Yeah, something's got to give here. Will it be Ramsamy who goes leg side with the wind? Or can Savory get a boundary or 2? They need a big over, and they need it now. You can see the looks of concern on their faces. That tells a lot. Yeah, Redwood has bowled, what, 7 deliveries, and 6 of them have been short ones. He hasn't been punished. Can that continue?
And head coach Ryan Hercules has got a decision to make here, Sam, because they've got Sinclair and Sampson, who we know have power. We've seen a couple of tactical retirements at the CPL. How long is he willing to give his captain to make an impression with the asking rate edging closer to 10 and over? Full toss. Again, no boundary.
10 fours and 1 6 so far in the innings. It's been a struggle to rotate the strike and to find the boundary with regularity. Haven't had as many 2s as well as the Titans did. Yeah, in between the loose deliveries, you get one or two good ones from Redwood, but only singles scored so far. So that man on screen wouldn't mind the end result. Wouldn't mind too much how it comes about. It's just been good stuff from them.
Last boundary came at the beginning of the 10th over. "21 balls without a boundary. 22.
Sixteen doubles, and not the local dish. 16 twos run by the Jamaica Titans when they batted. And so far for the Rainforest Rangers, just 3 doubles. That's a significant difference there already.
Another over without a boundary. This has been decent from Redwood. 96 for 3.
Yeah, pitches outside leg stump. There was some turn from him, so when he pitches it, there is something exciting about it. Problem is that he's not pitching them consistently or regularly enough.
For 3, and still a further 71 runs away. Lewis. I really wonder, and look, it doesn't happen often in cricket, but this is a point where Guyana Rangers could be out of the tournament. So Sam, the coach has got a decision to make. How long are you giving? How long is the rope to these two?
Get it in, get it in.
Yeah, they did have that water break a few overs ago. There would have been some discussions what the plans might be for them to get to this target.
Blue waters.
But it has to be that they get some boundaries. They aren't going to do this in 1s and 2s. The 2s are virtually non-existent. The Jamaica Titans fielders are quick. They're coming off the boundaries very quickly, so they're minimizing that.
Easy one, easy one.
And then for the most part, they're firing the ball or bowling in the line that they want to control the game. Those are 2 power hitters who can potentially score boundaries. So is it a case of calling someone out, retiring someone, or telling them to go after everything? But they need to make a decision, as you're quite rightly alluding to, on the 11s, just on the 11s now. Huge shout. He's round the wicket, though. And so that's the consideration for the umpire, whether or not it pitches outside leg stump. Leslie Rifford Jr. certainly thinks that that might be the case, so it's sliding across outside off. Yeah, pitches outside leg stumps. A good decision from the umpire. Certainly struck in front and would go on to hit the stumps. But once it pitches outside leg stump, can't be LBW. But good delivery nonetheless.
Amidst all the chaos, I think when we just showed Sampson there, Isaiah Thorne walked over to him, said something, and he picked up his bat. I don't know if that is get ready. He's putting his gloves on. Maybe this is the over. Something has to give as the 100 comes up. The game is slipping away quickly. Yeah, he's coming. He's coming. You have to hurry. I think he may just have got there. We'll check.
Yeah, not for the first time in this game. We've seen some untidy work with the wicket keeping. The wicket keepers not collecting cleanly, and that just might have been the case here again. The ball seemed to have come out of his gloves, and I wonder if this is another missed opportunity because of that. Had he collected cleanly, he could have effected the run out. In the end, because of that fumble, it wasn't to be. Zaid Basford has been very busy today. Not out confirmed. 101 for 3. 102 for 3 rather.
Against the Infernos, Guyana needed 50 off the last 6 with 9 wickets in hand. Today they need 65 with 7 wickets in hand. Remember, they've not won chasing. They've chased in both games and lost both. Royal back on. Good captaincy from Ramal Lewis, going to his most attacking option now.
I still can't find the boundary. Singles aren't hurting the Jamaican Titans at the moment.
And good.
So it's the left-hander against the left-hand orthodox. Can Savory find the boundary? That's the question.
One, Jordan, one.
Thing is, you're looking at him in terms of his shot selection. He's not trying to hit the ball. He's happy to just tuck it into gaps, run 1s and 2s. An over ago, Quinton Sampson was putting his gloves on. They may have told him don't worry anymore because he's taken them off. Now St. Clair is the one with his gloves on.
Yeah, decision time. Decision time for the think tank of this team. After this over, they need to make that decision. It's a tough call if they have to call someone out, to get someone in, or to ask them to try for every delivery. But the game is going and going by quickly. Still can't find the boundary. Required run rate now a touch under 11.5.
Keep going, Royal. Keep going, Royal.
At the drinks break, that asking rate was 8.6 runs per over. It's gone up to 11.5.
Boy, hard work, Royal.
There's a bit of innovation, and it still won't get to the boundary.
Yeah, remember that CPL final, Nikhil? We were talking something similar when Aaron Jones was batting. And then he put on a display of power hitting that no one could have predicted. So sometimes you don't want to call that too early. That missed off stump, you know. Yeah, you can see that reaction from those two. 108 for 3 after 15, just narrowly missing the stump. Yeah, look at that. That says it all. 108 for 3.
The question, what do the Rainforest Rangers do? They need 59 more from 30 balls, and they've got 2 batters who simply are unable to find the boundaries. If I think about what happened yesterday right here in Trinidad and Tobago, there were elections, Shakira, and some people got in and some people were voted out. Does something similar happen here for the Rainforest Rangers? Do they vote one of these out? Do they vote 2 of these out? They have Sinclair, they have Sampson, guys who we know can reach that boundary. They need a big over here, and now Dakers back into the attack. Bowled that 1 over before. Hairline still as sharp as ever and pronounced there, Shakira. Kudos to the barber work on that one. And settle for another one, Shakira Selman. My question to you is being slightly discussed before with regards to, you know, the possibility of maybe retiring one. There are calls for maybe both, but your thoughts?
Yeah, look, Joel, before you answer that question, I think they'll be hoping it's opposite cricket today. At no point have they been able to be good at the depth of an innings before today with the ball. So hopefully they can naturally launch from this platform. They're hoping that these two batters who are set can really make an impact today. They're hoping for that. Everyone else is probably asking to see Sampson, who we saw launch a few sixes into the stands last game. But they're hoping that Kemal Savory could finally find the middle of the bat.
You just wonder what the tail of this will be in the next 29 deliveries or so. Just a touch too wide on that occasion. But yeah, they will be hoping, because no coach wants to be put in that position where they're asking their captain to retire and come back in. That is a very big call to make. They're looking for muscle. Shakira, show them the muscle. Oh, yeah. I worked with arms in the gym this morning. Shakira has probably gone to gym about twice. Been late for breakfast every morning. But we'll not talk about that. Back to the cricket. But no, they're looking for that muscle here, Shakira, because they need a big over here. Something of 15 upwards. And that won't help. So this match is happening here, but the lights, oh, they're beginning to take effect here. And this is what is going to happen under the lights. Barbados Pelicans versus Windward Islands Infernos. A loss for the Pelicans, a win for the Infernos. And it all goes down under the lights. Yep, those lights, the big lights. Hello, Mr. Light. Launches, and just over by millimeters, but you look at where he was positioned on the boundary, Royal, but they needed that.
Yeah, signal 6 by umpire Leslie Reefer. But Royals, the culprit on that occasion, way off the boundary, in the slot. And perhaps Kemal Savory should have hit it for 6, but just look at where he is. A couple meters off the boundary. You never should be there at this phase of the innings. A real mistake by Royal. Maybe that gives Savory the confidence he needs to get going.
And he's still some distance inside there. He's probably going to take a step or two in. Finds himself maybe 5, 6, 7 steps off the boundary. Hard to track back. Not the phase of the innings. Yeah, even there, he's already starting maybe some 4 or 5 steps off the boundary, Royal. You're looking at this situation, and if they're going to force a 2, that is fine in this situation. You just wonder about the cricket awareness at this stage of it. He is somebody who's a little more senior in this side. Even if the captain has asked him to do that, he should be able to tell the captain, no, not the stage of the innings for that.
Yeah, also you think about the size of the boundaries. That's a sharp boundary. It'll be quite difficult for a batter to cream the ball to you and get off that boundary and run 2.
Edge found, and at long last, they've been able to break the partnership. Dakers gets his first, and that's half the side down now.
Yeah, Jamaican Titans celebrating. And I'll tell you what, maybe a few Rainforest Rangers fans are celebrating. I'm sure they're happy that the captain has to walk back. A wild heave across the line. Right foot way down the leg side, and he has to swing. Could only manage an edge through to the wicketkeeper. Rainforest Rangers lose their 4th. A painstaking innings from the captain. Savory walks back for 25. 117 for 4.
Might be best, you know?
Kevin Sinclair now at the crease and will feel as if he has to go from ball number 1. Fancies himself as a big hitter. Not the biggest of hitter here in terms of Kemal Savory. He struggled throughout the entirety of this innings. Yeah, not much out the middle, not much finding the boundary. But what he did is that he soaked up time in the middle, Shakira. And that's something that they could not afford to in that middle phase of the game. Never got that momentum going. And now there's a lot of work to be done as we get towards the 20th over. Swing and a miss. Success in the over. 118 for 4. Going to take a Herculean effort to get themselves over the line here from 49 from 24 needed. Yeah, a bit of a delay here. Just looking to repaint a line or two out there in the middle. Yeah, a lot of hands going into making things happen here. In the meantime, though, 4 wickets have fallen for the Rainforest Rangers. First to go was Sukwa, and they needed him to maybe get a start for them. Next was Rivaldo Clark looking to push on. And then the big wicket, the one that probably mattered most in the contest, that was Anderson. Last to go, the captain, Kemal Savory. 25 from 29 is what he added to the contest. This man, Zion Brathwaite, a youngster. 1 for 12, just that one over, and you'll say, okay, expensive when you look at that runs column. But the value of what is there in that W being Kevlon Anderson, that is pretty much what changed the context of the game, changed the complexion of the game in that over. 3 boundaries in that over, was full, went short, got pulled. I'm trying to see how straight that line is, Shakira. It looks straight enough to me, yeah. A solid job done there. I was never good at art, by the way, so when it comes to painting, that would not have been my role. That's why you always say there's something for everybody. Everybody's good at something. I couldn't have painted, even if I was painting in the sky.
Yeah, time to see whether or not Zion Brathwaite is good at bowling at this phase of the innings, though. Whether or not Kevin Sinclair can do the job that's required. 49 needed from 24. Starts wide.
Well, this one has gone far, but not far enough. Jordan Johnson, well done. He's cupped it. Sinclair needed to go. You can't blame him. That's 5 down.
Yeah, almost impossible task for Kevin Sinclair, but excellent execution from young Zion Brathwaite. His 2nd wicket today. He's gone into the surface, wide, asked Sinclair to fetch it if he wanted to hit it with the wind. Yeah, he comes up trumps. Sinclair has to walk back for just 119 now with half the side down.
Well, we talked about needing a Herculean effort. But before we get there, yeah, he needed to push on. You think maybe length was good for him, but probably needed to target somewhere else.
Well done, well done.
Went wide and looked to drag it towards the leg side. Sinclair, he's rehearsing that. Yeah, you'll have to do that in the next game, Sinclair, unfortunately. You understand what he's doing here, so you wouldn't fault Zion Brathwaite for this at the moment in terms of just getting it a bit too wide, because this is clearly where the captain is asking him to bowl. You look at the over, you see those two wides. You see the wicket, though, you see that one.
And this tends to happen sometimes. But you want him to stay committed to bowling the ball wide. He doesn't want to get into the slot. He doesn't want to get too straight, and then he's heaved behind square leg. There isn't a fielder behind there, and we've seen the wind assist these right-handed batters on many occasions. 18 extras, no 14 of them wides, but you cannot set the 3 wides in this over. So many times we've seen bowlers change the plan, get too straight, and then they're struck for 6. Then they're chasing the over.
Sticks to the plan and the execution there, and that's what Shakira Selman was asking for, because there was nothing wrong with the plan. It was just a slight error in execution. Good work from the young man and sticking to his guns, as you would say. Good work. And the reason why we can see that good work is because we just repainted those lines, Shakira.
The ground staff have been excellent here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy.
I know this is good work from him, especially on the back of what was, you would say, a relatively expensive first over. Could have maybe shattered the confidence, of course. Picking up the big wicket at the end of it would have done a lot for his confidence. A man with muscles, you would say. That last name tells it all. Sampson is here, but can he save the day? He's got 2 balls left in this over. Interesting. They take that single. Sampson gets off strike. Would you have turned that one down, Shakira?
Yeah, I'm thinking that works in the favor of the Jamaica Titans. You want Sampson on strike, especially with what we saw from him last game. Either way, Ramsamy thinks every run is crucial. 42 required of 20.
I know Sampson will have responsibility for the final ball of this over. Is he thinking get back the strike and start things off in the 17th? Is he thinking close it out with a boundary?
Yeah, almost 13 and over required now. He has to be thinking boundary. Get a boundary and then find a way to get the strike at the start of the next over.
Well, it was this end that he's at now that he was able to clear his leg and go deep mid-wicket. Crunch that. Oh, wowzers. That is the muscles of Sampson, but they will need some more. 17 gone, 1-3-0 for 5.
Yeah, not too bad of a delivery, but the strength and power from Sampson, he has crunched that.
Oh, Shakira, Andy Sampson with long hair is a strong man. Yeah, that worm is going to need some vitamins. He's going to need to get stronger in this cause and in this case if the Rainforest Rangers are going to find themselves up and above that 166. How many worms are in the rainforest, Shakira?
I have no idea, Joel. You're going to have to tell all of us. I'm sure no one knows but you.
Leg spinner, Redwood, back to complete what might be his quarter. When you think about it, needs to bowl at least 3. And I can't tell myself that they'll bowl him from another one after this. But this is a big over in the contest. A very big over. What can Sampson do?
Yeah, it will be interesting to see what line he bowls to Sampson. Of course, he's hitting into the wing, 3 deep on the leg side. But does he bat himself to bowl straight to such a strong man? We've seen many batters clear that leg side boundary.
Time on. Keep going, Mary.
Doesn't find the middle, so you would say a good 2 so far from Redwood. Will be disappointed though. Does he middle? Yes, he middles. A big over is what they need, and that will help.
Yeah, finally, Ramsamy has come to the party. He's been there for 37 deliveries. Yeah, finally won this lot, and he's able to get a maximum, his first of the day. It could be crucial having a set batter here, Joel. It could be very crucial.
Hard work, Mary. Keep going.
You look at an over like this, how much are you targeting in an over like this, Shakira Selma? You already got 9 in the over, 2 balls to go, maximum of 12 you can get.
Once.
I was trying to quickly add 12 and 9, but it didn't work in my head, unfortunately.
Yeah, I think that's 21. But I've had extra time to add that. Yeah, I think they need at least another boundary. 10 will be great for them. 12, excellent. But as many as you can get from this over. Remember, Ramal Lewis has already bowled out. Javier Royal only has 1 more.
2 is the call. Good running. 26 now needed from 13. This game is not over. You always knew that there were persons in the hut that could bring this game back into the balance. And that's why you always questioned and wondered how long would they allow the likes of Savory to stay at the crease. Crunches that, but not far enough. Oh, he has danced with danger, but he's come up trumps Kirk McKenzie. Indiana, fantastic grab, and they've removed the locks of Sampson.
He's been brilliant all day, hasn't he? What's key here is length, and again, it is into the wind. Had he been hitting that the next direction, it probably would have gone for 6, but what great balance and awareness from Kirk McKenzie. Tamari Redwood has won the crucial wicket of Quentin Sampson, has to walk back for 8, 141 for 6.
Nice. All right.
Ashmi dead now at the crease. How much will they look back on those 4 runs? And think that those will matter here in this contest. This wicket though, Redwood, yeah, you would say good length, good pace as well. Can't get himself under it, but this catch. Oh, a bit of a toe dance that.
Keep going.
But good work being done in the end. Jabbar Royal back to complete his spell. Ned gets under it. Gets enough as well. This game is yet alive here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy.
Yeah, clearly the difference of ends and hitting with the wing. Ashmi Ned. He'll think it's in his favor. Ball angling into him in the slot. Nothing Jordan Johnson could do on that occasion.
They need 19 from 10. Over the infield. And get one. But here's where we balance the conversation now, Shakira. Let's take us back towards that first innings. 18 from 9. If you think about what Ned did in the field, not stopping the ball off his bowling, that was 4 runs in itself there. That puts this total at 14 from 9. Simple small lapse in judgment, small lapse in concentration. Into space, should be 2.
Relax, relax, relax.
But you look at that individual error and how much it could potentially cost the team. So should they lose this game by 5 runs? You easily look back at that moment. Not to say that we blame the entire game on it, but you see how much of a margin that has pushed.
Let's be disciplined.
Yeah, it really is a game of fine margins. And those small mistakes do come back to haunt you, don't they?
Finish well, right.
There were many other mistakes in that game, but that one was very glaring, very obvious.
Keep going, keep going.
Just needed to stay in the game and have the right attitude. They could be needing 11 from 7 now.
Ned goes, but does not get the distance this time. Oh, he's put down. Mackenzie. Oh, he took one at the other end. This time he's put it down. How much will that cost them? Final 6 to go, 154 for 6.
Yeah, didn't get all of it, Ashmi Ned. Kurt McKenzie having to come off the boundary on this occasion, slides under it. And unfortunately for the Titans, he just could not hang on. Too simple on that occasion, maybe. 13 from the last over, 154 for 6.
Kurt McKenzie, interesting game. 1 minute ago, took a great catch. This time puts down one that was by far easier. 13 though from 6, the only numbers that matter in this contest. Could Ram Sami and this innings be their savior? It by no stretch of the imagination was a blinder, but it's kept them in the contest. This moment, Ned looking to go big again. Mackenzie gets himself there and grasses it. How much will Ned make them pay for that moment? We're talking about moments in the game. That could potentially be a big one. 12 from 5. Ned can clear the boundary. Got a good strong right arm to that one, did Zion Brathwaite. That keeps them in the conversation. Could have been more from that. Has he done himself some damage though? Oh no, that young plant is good to go again.
Yeah, leaving everything out there, Zion Brathwaite. Probably saved the 1 run. 10 now required from the final 4. Can they find a boundary?
It would have been 6 from 4, Shakira. It would have been 6 from 4. But 10 off 4 is where we are. Dakers finds the timber. He finds the woodwork and has that sealed their fate.
Yeah, what brilliance we've seen from him all over. 3 Yorkers he's attempted. He's nailed that one. And Ashmi Ned does not have an answer for it. Full, straight, off the bat, into that off stump. Yeah, he's come up trumps for his side. Dickers, at a crucial moment, gets the big wicket of Ashmi Ned. Ned walks back for 11, 157 for 7.
Huh? Yeah, I have it. What? Good hands, man. Yeah. Okay. Nice, nice. Middle stump. Arm over. Here you come.
A wide and 1. Subtract 2 from what's needed. Standing captain during that fielding innings, but Ned looking to push on, needed to push on, but excellent execution right in that block hole. No mistake made. Celebration deserved. Oh yeah.
Yeah, and execution under pressure as well, Joel. Under pressure. It's not easy bowling this over.
There's protection there, but they need to push, do they? No, they don't take that risk. Niall Smith says, I have enough. 7 from 2. Needs to find that boundary. Worst case, get 2. But then again, you get 1, you hit a 6 to finish the game. We're all screaming in the com box, what a finish that is.
I was wondering, you know, Joel, I was wondering. He's telegraphed what he's looking to bowl this over. I wondered if Ransami would have been brave enough to try to scoop. I wonder if Niall Smith would be brave enough.
Is it ice cream, Shakira? Let's see. That length, they get that 1. They come back for 2.
What is that? What is that?
They're asking the question, and we'll probably go upstairs. Looked on first glance as if maybe he's back quite safely. But you never know. Things could be a lot closer than on first glance.
I think so. Detroit.
Yeah, nice throw into the non-striker's end.
Take position here, Kirky.
Does he make it? Ah, he does. They don't lose a wicket, and importantly, it's another run. So they get 2 from that ball.
What was also interesting in looking at the replay is that it actually looks as if the hand that didn't have the ball, so I thought that both hands were together, but it looks as if the hands were separated there. Shakira, the right hand is what went towards the stump, while the left hand is what had the ball in it. And that could have been an interesting consideration for the umpire had it been a closer one in terms of him being out of the crease. 5 off 1 though. Does he get a boundary and cause us to talk some more and go into the super over? Does he hit a 6 and finish it? Or do Jamaica capture their first game of this Breakout T20 League? Here we go. Final ball. 5 from 1. Oh, does he clear it? Oh my! Does it have it? Oh no! Oh, it kept us on a knife's edge. But in the end, it is victory to Jamaica Titans. They get their first win of this Breakout League. They held their nerves. And they have come out trumps. They had to go all the way towards the end. You just wondered, did Niall Smith get enough? It was going, but unfortunately never gone. Needed that boundary. A run out to close things. Keeper gets it right. And the Titans, they'll be happy with this. They get up over And they get points onto the board.
Yeah, Titans win. Finally, they're able to get over the line. Disappointment on the faces of these Guyana Rainforest Rangers. They will know now they're really in a spot of bother. They've lost 3 on the trot. Kevin Sinclair cannot believe it, but Ramal Lewis, he and his side are pleased, particularly with Kurt McKenzie, and then what the bowlers were able to do to back up a really good performance with the bat.
Well, it continues to rain in the Rainforest. In terms of their campaign, it's not been remotely the best for them. 3 from 3, the expressions of Kevlon Anderson paint the picture and tell the story of their campaign. You look at Jedediah Blades there, you think that he has done well for them. They've had different moments and different persons, but as a collective, they've not been able to pull together the performances needed to get themselves up and over the line. Well, here we go, the summary of things at Guyana Rainforest Rangers looking to get themselves up to 167 for victory. 163 for 8 is what they were able to muster. You just wonder, looking at the back end of the innings, you would have wanted Sinclair to face a few more deliveries. You wanted maybe Sampson to face a few more deliveries. You look at 24 from Rivaldo Clark, and he got himself a start. Kevlon Anderson got himself another start. Ram Sammy, he was the glue that kept the innings together, but they fell just short on this one. In terms of the bowling, in fact, the partnerships for them, quite a few partnerships coming down the line. But you will look at that middle partnership between Savory and Ram Sammy, and maybe that could have been a difference maker for them in that middle phase. 62 from 63, yes, they got a value in terms of runs, but that strike rate, not what they would have wanted, especially in those middle overs. Something that they will want to look at as they have another conversation after this particular game. In terms of those Titans, Shakira Selman, your thoughts on the bowling efforts there?
Yeah, what stands out is the fact that the Pacers were finally able to come good for the Titans. 2 wickets for Zion Bradford, 2 as well for Dackers, 1 for Edmund, and then the spinners, they were economical enough. Ramal Lewis not getting a wicket, but just going on at under 7 and over.
Yeah, so all in all, the resources came up trumps for Jamaica Titans. At the toss, it's so interesting that their captain talked about their ability to defend, and he's kind of backed that up here in terms of what they've been able to do. Maybe the game got a bit closer than they would have wanted it to get when they looked at the position that they were in, when they had Savory out there in the middle, and they thought that maybe at that stage they were in control of everything. But this is where things ended. Jamaica Titans, they won the toss and posted 166 in 20 overs. In replay, the Rangers 163 for 8. Victory for the Titans by 3 runs. Well, it's pretty much time to head downstairs. Let's see who Samuel Badri has with him.
2 for 23, Anthony Dackers, the man of the moment. You can smile now, Dackers. Tell us a little bit about the emotions that went through your mind as you were set to defend those 13 runs in that final over.
Coming down ball by ball, they're taking runs every ball. I got a little hectic there, but I had Royal in my ears telling me to stick to my plan, so I did that and paid off.
How's the heart rate right now?
Very high.
Last ball, you had to defend 4. If they got 4, it would have been a tie, super over. What was going through your mind at the top of your mark? How did that planning go for that last ball?
So how I go through about nailing my Yorkers is if it's a full toss low, it's a good ball. So if you hit it, good shot. So I just stick to my plan and believe in myself.
And that wind that comes across this stadium here, you were no doubt trying to utilize that bowling from that southern end.
Yeah, because bowling the ball, making the hit into the breeze to the bigger side, it helped me a lot. And it's a slim chance that they could clear the boundary that end.
That last ball, it was sailing into the wind. What was going through your mind as you saw that ball in the air?
Please don't hit the boundary.
First win, points on the board. How do you guys feel?
The dressing room will be great. Coming back tomorrow to come back, stick to the plan and execute as well.
Anthony Dackers, man of the moment. Well played.
Thank you.
what is so interesting that he talked about tactics, especially the back end, where they bowled that last over from. That mattered a lot in this contest. And what it did is that it meant that they were able to win by 3 runs. We take a quick break here, and when we come back, it will be time for the presentation. Things done and dusted right here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy in terms of match number 5. Titans won 66 in their 20, and the Rainforest Rangers won 63 for 8, winning by 3 runs. It's time though to head downstairs for the presentation with Samuel Badri.
What an exciting end to that contest. The excitement was quite palpable. A win for the Jamaica Titans by just 3 runs. So welcome to the post-match presentation ceremony. I have alongside me the captain of the losing team, Kimal Savory. First of all, Kimal, commiserations on the result. How do you reflect on this game? It was a close one.
Definitely is a close one. You know, it's very disappointing that we couldn't seize that moment at the back end and get over the line.
In terms of the batting, there was that period in the middle. I think it was the start of the 10th over to the 16th over, 37 balls without a boundary being scored. The run rate was climbing at that stage. Was there any consideration of maybe getting someone else in at that time?
No, it's just that the guys were bowling to the plan, you know, and the wicket was in their favors. So I was just backing Zainal and myself to go deep because I know that we have the finishers at the back end.
Yeah, wonderful end to the innings with the ball, 29 runs for 7 wickets in those last 5 overs, an area that you guys struggled previously. So something positive out of this game.
Yeah, definitely. You know, I must give credit to the bowlers, the way that they came back from the start that Jamaica had, you know. I must give them credit for that.
Well, no points on the board in terms of wins just yet. You've gotten some bonus points. So mathematically, you're still not yet out of the tournament. You guys will no doubt regroup and come again.
Yeah, definitely. You know how cricket goes nowadays, and especially with the bonus points, we have 2 games to go. It's just to get ourselves together, and let's see where it goes from there.
And before you leave, I saw you got that lash on your head. It was nice to see you out there batting. Are you all good now?
Yeah, I'm okay now.
Okay, good to hear. Kemal, commiserations today and all the best in the remaining matches.
Thank you.
And there you have it, guys, the captain of the Guyana Rainforest Rangers. It's my pleasure now to introduce the player of the match. That is Kirk Mackenzie, and he will receive his award from Mr. Arjun Ramlal, the first Vice President of the Trinidad Bureau Cricket Board and Director of Cricket West Indies. You will receive your award, Kirk. Thank you very much, Mr. Ramlal. Well done. Kirk, congratulations on this performance, 51. It was a well-played innings, well-paced innings. There was a noticeable intent to score. Talk us through your mindset and your team's mindset in that particular first innings.
The team, we decided I want to be more positive in running, and I guess that just filtered out into my game.
Yes, 16 twos you were able to run in the wickets as compared to Guyana, who were considerably fewer than you. That intent, that running between the wickets, that's an important facet of the game, isn't it?
Yeah, that's an important facet because we can't score boundaries when these singles in the middle and to put fielders under pressure.
And that partnership with the other southpaw, Jordan Johnson, it was a splendid one at a healthy run rate as well, strike rate. Tell us a little bit about what you guys spoke out in the middle.
I would just say that if you can't get a bounce, you're going to push the fielders in the deep, and it worked out well for us.
Yeah, first win on the board. It must be a good feeling for you guys.
Yeah, first win is always good to give the players some confidence that we can do it again.
You are one of the senior players on this team now with international experience. How does that responsibility impact on you?
I like responsibility for me to show the way for the younger guys and show them what it takes to be an international player.
Thank you very much, Cook. Well played today and all the best in the remaining matches.
Thank you very much.
That was Kirk Mackenzie, player of the match. It is my pleasure now to chat with the captain, a smiling Ramal Lewis. Ramal, points on the board. Reflect on this game for us and how closely it came down at the end. There must have been some jitters there for you guys.
Well, yeah, you know, a game of T20 is never over until it's over. So, you know, I just try to keep our guys into the contest, keep them level-headed, and, you know, just to make sure we get a win on the board.
And I just asked the player of the match, Kirk Mackenzie, about the intent with the bat. For you guys, strike rate was an issue in game 1, but there was a considerable and concerted effort for you to go a little bit harder. How pleased were you with that?
Yeah, I'm very pleased. We stressed on it a lot in the dressing room, and we work on it and training. And I asked the guys to, you know, be a little bit more brave with the bat, and you know, they definitely came out and did that today.
The back end, you guys faltered. You lost 7 wickets for just 29 runs in the final 5 overs. Something to work on.
Yeah, definitely. In back end, with wickets in hand, you need to, you know, score boundaries, and you know, we did that in the first game, and we didn't do that here. So, you know, it's definitely something to work on going forward.
Daka's the man of the moment with that final over. Tell us the thoughts that you guys shared before he bowled that over, defending 13.
Well, before we came here, the coach always stressing on execution. So we didn't try to get into it too much. He was nailing his Yorker, so we just tell him to, you know, execute, breathe and go again.
Wonderful performance today, Ramal. All the best in your remaining matches. Congratulations once again.
Thank you.
Execute, breathe and go again. And that breathing has jumped them up in that table. They've now got 1 win and 1 loss, and they've also picked up some bonus points as well in this game. So you would say that all in all, you know, a good win for Jamaica Titans in their pursuit of what could be a title for them in this West Indies Breakout League. Guyana, well, still work to be done. They've still got 2 more games left to play in this one. Talking about left to play though, oh, the action is not done here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy, because coming up next at 7 p.m, right back here, it is Barbados Pelicans taking on Windward Islands Infernos. So more action to come, and a little bit later tonight, we'll be back with you once again. But until then, it is goodbye. Go grab yourself some dinner, and good evening. It's day 3 of the West Indies T20 Breakout League. Match number 5 right here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. It is Jamaica Titans taking on Guyana Rainforest Rangers. Well, in terms of the two teams, oh, look at those flags fluttering in the wind right here. Jamaica Titans. Coin fell in the favor of Ramal Lewis, and he said they're going to have a bat first. He says that they're better at chasing. They're looking to do a lot better than they did with bat in hand when they played that first game. Guyana, Carlos Bradford alongside of me. Carlos, take us through this one.
Kevlon Anderson, the obvious standout. They'll be wanting more from him. The top 3, Rivaldo Clark, Sukwa and Kevlon Anderson. It's imperative that they continue the starts that they've given them and go even further. Nell Smith has been good. Jadair Blade, same thing. Latif, young leg spinner, along with Kevin Sinclair, have to come to the party with ball in hand for them.
Jediah Blades, he has come to the party. He's picked up early wickets in all of the games that they have played. In fact, picked up the first wicket of this T20 Breakout League. He'll be hoping that he can continue to show his form here. Leroy Lugg, he's hoping to give it a tug. Yeah, he's at the top of the order once again for Jamaica Titans. He's alongside Kirk McKenzie, who too will be looking to get some runs. Got a run of ball 34 in game number 1. He'll be looking to be explosive here at the top. Take advantage of these power play overs. There's that bounce that we've seen from this pitch, number 6. Oh, how close is this? As close as it gets. Jediah Blaze does what he has done all tournament long. He gets the early breakthrough.
This is sensational fast bowling. 2 length deliveries, back of a length, with his weight back, pitching it right up, swinging it back. And they would have probably hit all 3. Jediah Blades continues his good start with the new ball. The Titans lose the first. They're 2 for 1.
Oh, a bit of a misfeel. Releases the shackles, so to speak. First boundary of the afternoon. Uppish and will be safe as well. 4 and 6. 10 in 2 for McKenzie. Gets it this time, Kirk McKenzie, getting the wheels moving. A shot of confidence for him.
Work.
Excellent from Jordan Johnson. This time he decides to become a member of the party. This time it's off the back foot. And yet again, a shot of class. Gets it through again. 4-4-4. What a statement this has been in this over. He's gotten this. 1 bounce over the ropes. Goes straight, and that is the highlight of the day. Kirk McKenzie, where have you been hiding this talent?
He's grown in confidence in this innings, young Jordan Johnson. This is promising. And this is intelligent from McKenzie. Still wants to and will get it as well. It's been an innings filled with intent from the senior batter in this Titans team. He's played 3 seasons of the CPL. We're seeing that experience come to the fore. Given it's an excellent comeback from Kevin Sinclair, who went for runs against Mackenzie in the power play.
Yeah, trying to repeat the previous stroke. This time the line was much straighter, bowling from round the wicket. It looked good live. He was outside off stump, but that front foot going straight down the line. The only question for the umpire would be whether or not it's sliding down the leg side. He didn't think so. Mackenzie, after a very well played half century, has to go 74 for 2.
Well placed. Anderson has work to do. And yeah, it will get there in the end. It's just all about the placement. Too much for Anderson to do in the end. That is brilliant innovation. This is the talent that the region has been speaking about. Would you believe that has gone on to the stumps? I think it may be off of Clark. No, Johnson's walking. He's going. It took a while to get there, but you can see again, trying to be innovative with the reverse sweep. That has gone on to the stumps.
Yeah, ricochets off the arm and onto the stump. I was just asking, what is he going to do next, having gotten the boundary of the previous ball? 7 runs coming from the over and still looking to go hard through the middle. Brings about his demise, and 2 new batters at the crease. Jordan Johnson, 30 from 16, 86 for 3.
Oh, the execution was brilliant on that one, Rambaran. Taking advantage of the matchup. It's a brilliant shot and a brilliant result as well. Rambaran has looked good since he's been at the crease. A statement to close out the over. 4, and the greatest of them all, it's a 6 from Rambaran. He knows he has to get it moving on. Oh, that ball has got wings. It can fly, I tell you that.
Very well played. He gets the placement only just. The timing was good enough as well. Has been a steady flow of runs for the Titans. The running between the wickets as well, generally good. That looks close. It looks really close. Wonder how powerful the throw was. They're celebrating. Does he break the stumps in time? Yes, he does. So good throw from in the deep. Good job from the bowler as well. And the partnership is finally broken. A good partnership of 56. Yeah, he goes for 36. 143 for 4, the Titans. Yeah, gone. Simple catch for Quinton Sampson. Not enough connection. You can understand what he was after. Ramal Lewis, the captain of the Titans, but he goes without scoring, didn't middle it.
Yeah, into the wicket, no pace from Blades, and the line was good as well, outside of off stump, meaning that Lewis had to fetch it from outside off stump to drag it back straight or to the side with the wind. That was his first ball. He won't see a second. 145 for 5, the Titans.
The wicket, another slower delivery into the surface, exactly what Niall Smith was trying to do, and even better execution.
Very good cricket. Set the field for it, into the wicket. Short fine leg is a lot finer, and he's the one that poached the catch. Zion Brathwaite gone for a run of ball 29. The Titans 153 for 6.
Chance at the non-strikers, and he's gone. There was a little bit of a collision, but very good work from the wicketkeeper. Direct hit.
Good short ball again. Not sure, Anderson. And direct hit from Rivaldo Clark with the gloves. Dietmar Anderson goes for 5. The Titans 155 for 7.
Taken. Another slow delivery into the surface from Blades. Yeah, they can smile now. The leading wicket taker so far in the tournament adds to his tally.
Clinical again from Blades. Pace off, using that angle, taking it out of the hitting heart of the right-hander. And Javar Royal goes for on the ball 459 for 8, the Titans.
Yeah, that's 3 Yorkers in succession. They've taken on the hand. This time he's gone. Quite comfortably run out. Going back for 2, but simple fielding.
Yeah, it's simply trying to get the better batter on strike. Or so I would think. You've seen that intent to try to get the better batter to maximize most of the deliveries in the last over. Gavasta Edmund lost his wicket, 164 for 9.
Wonderful stuff from Niall Smith and the Rainforest Rangers. They've just gotten themselves 2 bonus points for economy in the final 5 overs and dismissing the opposition.
Superb from Smith. Full, straight, you miss, I hit, timber.
Jamaica Titans winning the toss and deciding to bat first. Mackenzie was brilliant with his 51 from 31. Johnson 30 from 16. A couple scores of note from Brathwaite and Rambaran. Good partnership between those two. But thereafter, look at that. Single digits, 0, 5, 4, 6, and 2. 166 is where they end. They had some healthy partnerships which set up a platform, 72 and 57, Mackenzie and Johnson, and then Brathwaite and Rambaran. 166 though is where they end.
The Guyana Rainforest Rangers led once again by Jadier Blades, 3 for 25. Niall Smith ending as standing captain, capturing 2 for 29. The all-important last wicket as well to give them 2 points, 2 bonus points. And what a recovery from them. 29 for 7 in the last 5 overs. Sensational bowling performance in the back end of the innings.
Well, that means therefore that the Rainforest Rangers can get to 167 to register their first win. Remember, it's almost desperation time for the Rainforest Rangers. We'll take a short break.
Out they come, the Titans. Both teams, remember, hungry and desperate for a win. You can see from the body language they feel quite confident at this stage. The weather has looked glorious all day. And the surface has been good.
Tickles this one fine though. Boundary to get going, Sukwa.
Only his second boundary in the power play this tournament, Rivaldo Clark, but this is what he's capable of. That came back a long way off the pitch. May have rolled his fingers over it.
He had been getting the ball to angle back into the right-handers previously though. Yeah, it does seem to be a cutter of sorts. may be hard done, but a judge LBW nonetheless, so has to walk back for 4 runs, 14 for 1.
The sound off the bat tells you the type of nick Kevlon Anderson has been in. They're just able to get it past the deep point fielder. That is gorgeous. The use of the feet and then the execution. Make that 3 boundaries in the over. He's looked a different player today, Clark, 38 for 1. Straight to the fielder. The wind would have helped because it's hitting with the wind. Nonetheless, though, it's a 2nd wicket for the Titans in the power play.
Yeah, and the bowling change works immediately for Ramal Lewis and the Titans. A bit fuller, couldn't get back in time to get the hands through. Picks out Javere Royal on the boundary. He's in the action again. Yeah, Clark has to walk back after a handy start. Goes for 24, Clark, 43 for 2.
And is met with a shot of the highest order. This is the form of Kevlon Anderson. Adjust the length. Too short and put away. Goes pace off. And Anderson puts the pace back onto it. Oh, he delivers the punch. Anderson won the battle, but Brathwaite has won the war. What a comeback this is to close out the over.
Full, straight, furniture disturbed. Zion Brathwaite finishing the over the way any bowler would want. Timber. Kevlon Anderson gone for 21. The Rainforest Rangers 55 for 3.
Things like this happen where you find that edge. No slip in place. It runs away to the boundary. Once again, Carlos, that slip not in place. Once again, bowling the ideal delivery. And once again, pays a price that he has not earned. Launches. And just over by millimeters, but you look at where he was positioned on the boundary, Royal, but they needed that. Edge found, and at long last, they've been able to break the partnership. Dakers gets his first, and that's half the side down now.
A wild heave across the lane. Right foot way down the leg side, and he has to swing. Could only manage an edge through to the wicketkeeper. Rainforest Rangers lose their 4th. A painstaking innings from the captain. Savory walks back for 25. 117 for 4.
Well, this one has gone far, but not far enough. Jordan Johnson, he's cupped it. Sinclair needed to go. You can't blame him.
Yeah, almost impossible task for Kevin Sinclair. But excellent execution from young Zion Brathwaite. His 2nd wicket today. He's gone into the surface, wide, asked Sinclair to fetch it if he wanted to hit it with the wind. Yeah, he comes up trumps. Sinclair has to walk back for just 119 now with half the side down.
Crunch that. Oh, wowzers. That is the muscles of Sampson, but they will need some more. 17 gone, 130 for 5. Does he middle? Yes, he middles. A big over is what they need, and that will help. Crunches that, but not far enough. Oh, he has danced with danger, but he's come up trumps, Kirk McKenzie. Indiana, fantastic grab.
He's been brilliant all day, hasn't he? What's key here is length, and again, it is into the wind. Had he been hitting that the next direction, it probably would have gone for 6, but what great balance and awareness from Kirk McKenzie. Tamari Redwood has won the crucial wicket of Quentin Sampson, has to walk back for 8, 141 for 6.
Ned gets under it, gets enough as well. Ned goes, but does not get the distance this time. Oh, he's put down. McKenzie. Oh, he took one at the other end. This time he's put it down. How much will that cost them? Final 6 to go, 154 for 6. Dakers finds the timber. He finds the woodwork and has that sealed their fate.
He's nailed that one, and Ashmi Ned does not have an answer for it. Full, straight, off the bat, into that off stump. Yeah, he's come up trumps for his side. Dakers, at a crucial moment, gets the big wicket of Ashmi Ned. Ned walks back for 11, 157 for 7.
That length, they get that one. They come back for 2. They're asking the question, and we'll probably go upstairs. Looked on first glance as if maybe he's back quite safely.
They don't lose a wicket, and importantly, it's another run. So they get 2 from that ball.
Oh, does he clear it? Oh my, does it have it? Oh no. Oh, it kept us on a knife's edge. But in the end, it is victory to Jamaica Titans. They get their first win of this Breakout League. They held their nerves, and they have come out trumps. You just wonder, did Niall Smith get enough? It was going, but unfortunately never gone. Needed that boundary, a run out to close things. Keeper gets it right, and the Titans, they'll be happy with this. They get up over, and they get points onto the board. This is where things ended. Jamaica Titans, they won the toss and posted 166 in 20 overs. In replay, the Rangers 163 for 8. Victory for the Titans by 3 runs.